Sorry for taking a little extra long to get started. My girlfriend is trying to put together her like new desk that she bought. She's like begging me to help her, but I'm like, I gotta work. I helped her put together most of it yesterday, so I do feel a little bad to leave her struggling out there, but you know, sometimes you gotta let the birds fly out of the nest, you know. She's doing her best. She's doing really well. Zartar, thank you. What? She's doing really well. She said, wish her luck, guys. Zartar, thanks for the two. Thank you for the tier 2 sub for helping up, for joining the friend team. Being incredibly pog, I appreciate you. Thank you. Happy to see you all. What's going on? Zartar, thank you so much for the gifted, helping someone else join the frenzy and be incredibly pog. Congratulations, freeloader. Congrats, freeloader. You have been blessed. We have some stuff to talk about today. It happened to the bitch again. I'm just gonna be honest with you. And I don't take this in a crazy way, okay? I kinda don't care. Does that make me bad or anything? But like, you know, it seems like bitch got rattled in the debate and is trying to look for more attention. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like, he's
So that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna do that, and then I came back and so that's what
What can I say? What can I say? Hey, 1 second. What can I say? I mean, it's just like, really, you can't have the election, you can't have like the news cycle be like not talking about you for like a single day. Like, really? Like, are you serious? I mean, he did this the first time, like after everybody was talking about Biden after the June debate, and instead of just like being normal, he decided to, you know, he decided to do, you know, have his little drama session in like Butler, Pennsylvania. So we started talking about him for a bit, and then, you know, and that passed because, you know, he's boring, but not Timu Hitler.
Space and red pilled?
Oh my goodness. Inconvenience store. Yes, Inconvenience store. Thank you so much for the $100 tip, Inconvenience store. Oh my goodness. Convert this money into quarters only and throw the bag at Trump for me. Thanks. As you wish. As you wish. Thank you so much for the $100 in quarters. I will be pelting Donald Trump with it soon once he comes to Louisville, Kentucky. His ass will be grass. Thank you. I can't make any more jokes. Also, I'll have the Secret Service appear at my house, but thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 100. Oh my goodness. Yo, a favorite emote out for Inconvenience Store for the $100 in quarters. Wow, that's an incredible. I haven't even talked about anything yet. I mean, thank you. Well, we haven't uploaded a video in like 2 days and you're already dropping them. I mean, thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is too kind. Thank you. Yeah, on-screen chat. Yeah, you're right. Is experiencing some technical difficulties. One singular memento. Okay. Let me see if I can fix her. Can I fix her? Ding, ding, bing, bing, bing. Bong. Where the hell is this thing? No. My widgets. My widgets. With. Hello? Oh my lord. Here we go. It's been so long since I've had to fix this this chat that I kind of forgot where I put it. And all my layers. Thank you for reminding me. Anyways, yes, nice to see you all again. We have some things to talk about today. Today, I want to talk. We're gonna do a deep dive into Donald Trump's Haitians eating migrants, eating cats in Springfield, Ohio. I've been holding off talking about it for just a little bit, mostly because I've actually been doing a whole lot of deep diving into it. The story is actually way deeper than some people may imagine. And I do want to give it some. I do want to like dig a little bit, but not dig too deep because I don't want to be completely in the weeds. But I'll have you know, some of what you've been seeing, if you've seen anything about this, like the conservative conspiracy theories about Haitian migrants eating people's pets, has come from a wannabe Springfield, Ohio black YouTuber who wears his own merch that has BBC on it as he pretends to run for the Springfield mayorship. And BBC stands for Better Black City. So yeah, I'll tell you guys a little bit about that. Excuse me? I'll tell you about it in a bit. What have you sent me? That's funny. That's funny. UG, my boy UG just got all hands. Heckin', huh? Yes. Yeah, that guy, insufferable. Oh, you know about him? I plan on talking about him a little bit. Just a little bit. Shark, hi. Hello. What's up, Larry? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. He really is. He's just so desperate for attention. Like, chat doesn't make me chat, don't you think, okay, like pause for a moment. Don't you think it's kind of crazy how Donald Trump is the only politician that could have 2 assassination attempts on his life in one election cycle and most people don't care? I'm just like, he's really the only guy who could do it. It's really an oh no anyway situation, but from everybody. He really is the only guy who could get shot and shot at twice in one election cycle and really nobody cares. If he was any other guy, people would care. Like if you haven't heard, Donald Trump was shot at well, he was not campaigning and chilling at his golf course the other day. Well, actually, not the other day, like earlier today. Sorry. Let me see if I can pull this up for you. Yeah. Trump was the subject of an apparent assassination attempt at his Florida golf club, the FBI says. First, it was just shots fired near his golf course. Then they realized he was shooting like at the golf course, and now they've captured the guy, and it seems like they think that he was the guy who he was trying to kill Trump. But I'm just gonna be honest, he really is the only politician. Yeah, and they did miss twice. Like they had 2 attempts to get him, and they missed twice. Like, how do you, like, come on? I'm just gonna be honest with you. Trump supporters are like, Jesus is protecting Trump. I mean, like, apparently Jesus, to them, Jesus is protecting Trump and not all those kids in school. But you know, don't worry about that. Yeah, it's just like anybody else, people would really care. Literally anybody else, people would really care. It'd be like a big story. People would talk about it for a while, but like Donald Trump, he just, it's really an oh no anyways with this guy, in the funniest way possible. Because there's just so much crap surrounding him that people just kind of stop caring. They really do. I just, and I can't lie, I also don't really care. I just don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mom, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you, but I just kind of couldn't care less. I think one of the big things about it, like, because some people were talking about why that was the case. I think one of the big things about it is that for one, he got grazed. Okay, he didn't release like a health report, like a doctor's report on the damage that he took. He wore a band-aid for 3 days, and then ever since, it looks like he's never been shot before. Okay, that's one thing. Is that the fact that he took so little damage. Two is that he's just a drama queen. Let's just be honest with us. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Like, yeah, it's unfortunate that he got shot and everything, but like he's always, there's always some bullshit with him. He's always talking about how he's the most he's the most, like, you know, persecuted guy on planet Earth, and you know, it's a bit like it's a bit like crying wolf, you know? Like, how many times are we gonna go through this? He's just a messy bitch, right? And then I think the third, and like a lot of people don't talk about this. The third is that he's done so much to like devolve people's care about truth in this country, and he's just such like he's just like such a messy princess that it's really possible for you to imagine that he would have faked it. Like, I don't believe that. I think it's dumb to think that it was faked. It wasn't fake. But I can see how people get there. I can see how people feel that way, because let's just be honest. The Donald Trump fake the shooting and his ear is not even hurt, like, conspiracy is everywhere. It's everywhere. And I think it's a massive chunk of why people just stopped caring. People just stopped caring because there's a lot of people who didn't care originally because they thought it was fake to begin with. There were so many people. It was such a big thing to believe. There are people today. I see posts about how Donald Trump like faked the shooting and everything today that have like tens of thousands of likes on them. People are not playing when they say that they do not believe that guy was shot. And the ones who do not care. It's just really remarkable. Do you remember when Donald Trump said that he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and not lose a single voter? He was right, but in the opposite direction, where he could get shot on Sixth Avenue and not gain a single vote. He was perfectly right in the exact opposite direction. My man actually got shot on Pennsylvania Avenue and didn't gain a single voter. No one cared. Just in the exact opposite direction is how he was correct. And he didn't even know. He couldn't think of it. He had no clue. What a cornball. And you know what's even crazier about this? Because, so the first time, remember, like, the kid who shot him was like a registered Republican, voted for Donald Trump, was like a gun nut who wore like a gun tubers merch to the shooting. Like Demolition Ranch, have you heard of them? That shooter was wearing a Demo Ranch merch shirt. He wanted to be buried in his Demo Ranch merch shirt when he was taking shots at Trump, right? And then this guy's politics are completely incomprehensible. Incomprehensible. Did you guys see this? Okay, so they found his Twitter account. So they found his Twitter account before his account got deleted. Facebook already deleted his account, but I saved some stuff from his Twitter account. You guys want to see? Because I found it personally, and then I saved some stuff before the stream dropped because I thought it was just wild. Take a look at his Twitter, still up. Ooh, Elon's terrible at his job. Take a look at this. Hashtag let Tulsi debate. Tulsi, we need to reinvent ourselves at this stage. We need to create a new, extremely powerful emotional message that we deliver in numerous videos using all we have learned. Let me help you create some some powerful speeches. Let me fly to where you are and work. Girl, let me fly to you right now. Tulsi, pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. And also, chat, you can't. Before we dive into this really deep, I'm just gonna listen. I'm not a conspiracy guy, okay? But I will say the Swifties work fast. Trump earlier today tweeted out all caps, "I hate Taylor Swift." Okay? All caps, "I hate Taylor Swift." And you know what happened? Hours later, live shooter at the golf course. I'm just saying, if true, Swifties work fast. Swifties don't play. Swifty got shooters out here. Swifty got shooters out here, man. They don't play no games. He picked a fight with the wrong people. The only thing worse that he could have done was tweeting out like, "I hate BTS" or something. Then I know for a fact that shooter wouldn't have missed. If my boy tweeted out, "I hate BTS," I know that shooter wouldn't have missed. It would have been all over. He would have been done for. They don't play, dude. They don't. They really don't. A shooter came to his residence swiftly, expediently. Hashtag killed. Killing anywhere is extremely tragic. This one was hilarious, I can't lie. This one was one of my favorite tweets. Okay, 2 years ago, him tweeting, "Killing anywhere it's so tragic." So tragic. My boy was about to write a tragedy like he thought he was Shakespeare. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? There's a couple of these too. We must remove Rick from office. I'm looking for Kirk Cadwell to join the team to win the mayor's seat. Please reach out. He kept doing this where he kept tweeting out like a number and an email with like Ukraine in it. I don't know whose number or email this is, but it's someone's apparently. Haiku stairs must be saved from Mayor Rick's demo of our children, Bruno. And then he added Bruno Mars. He's asking Bruno Mars to help him. All of Bruno Mars's accounts about the haiku stairs. Then he went to Joe Biden and he said, Joe Biden, you should visit the victims in the hospital of the Trump rally and attend the funeral of the fireman who died. Trump certainly never would. Show the world what leaders really do. Apparently he didn't take Joe Biden's advice, so he's like, I gotta give him a second chance. I gotta give Biden a second chance here. He also added Kamala Harris too. This is actually right before she entered the race. Shadow's broken? Oh, on screen? I see. But he was also a Trump supporter. Then he added Trump. While you were my choice in 2106, we think he means 2016, or else he's a fucking time traveler. And what he's saying is that Donald Trump is going to be running in every presidential election for the Republican ticket until at least 2106, which is scary. It's a little scary. All right. For one, how did he live that long? And two, the Republicans still can't let him go. Like, are you serious? He might be a time traveler from the future, come to stop Trump in the past for what he will do in the future. No, it's more like Terminator Assassin. Yeah, this is the guy who tried to shoot him. This is the account of the guy who tried to shoot him. He's here to ensure the future happens. OMG. Can you imagine? There are some more of these. Let me see if I can pull some up for you. Oh yeah, also something that was weird was that like JD Vance actually followed this guy. Like the actual JD Vance followed him. I'm not sure if he followed him like before the shooting or what, but he was following him. It was weird. Yeah, here's his account. It's so weird. I don't know what's going on here, but you know, not surprised. Maybe this guy was in his Gripper group chat. Who knows? It's very possible. You think Vance is trying to get a promotion? Oh, yo, Vance. He realized that Vance was. Can you guys imagine that it's been Vance this whole time behind the scenes organizing to try to get Trump killed? He wanted the promotion. He thought he'd be able, if he got Trump originally before the DNC, he'd be able to make it. Since he's super Trump light, he thought he'd be able to leapfrog into being the nominee, but that didn't work. So he used his connections with Peter Thiel and Donald Trump Jr. to be able to become the VP, and then he had to do like a one more once again. You know, he had to spin back on it to try and send another guy out there to finish the job.
Vance seizing power.
It is Vance. It's seizing power. It's the Republican coup. The coup inside of the Republican Party. Jar Jar, thanks for the $5 gifted. For the $5 tip. I appreciate you. Thank you for the love. Thanks for the tip. Jar Jar, amazing. House of Cards type shit. It's real. It could be very real. Also, did you know this guy was also, so he's a 9/11 truther. And also he was No, they got him. They bipped him. Okay, wait. Before anything happens, I've pulled up his tweets in my bookmarks. Yes, they haven't deleted his tweets in my bookmarks yet. So take a look. Kimmel may have a valid point. What if COVID-19 does eliminate Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders, and Donald Trump, and even Pence? Tulsi, we need to ramp up our efforts and grow support. So when the field narrows to none, you can win. Let me help. He thought, he was like, yeah, Elon bipping my freedom of speech for no reason. So this guy, he was like, COVID-19 is gonna take out Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders, Mike Pence, and Joe Biden. And so when everybody dies except for Tulsi can finally, that's the only way, Tulsi Gabbard can still win. If everybody in the race older than her dies of COVID, then she'll easily sweep the nomination. This is your average Tulsi fan, honestly. Tulsi Gabbard to conspiracy theorist, pipeline goes crazy. This guy would definitely be a Jimmy Dore fan. Now that I'm looking at it, this is definitely a Jimmy Dore fan type guy. Can you imagine if they find his YouTube channel and he's like, Jimmy Dore, you're my favorite? So so you're telling me there's a chance. So I'm glad I saved these. This goes so crazy. So yeah, so he supported Tulsi Gabbard, Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump in his life. At least we know that at least he's a Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Tulsi Gabbard, Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy voter. He's very decided. He just picks a new guy every time. Screenshot everything just in case. I got it on stream now, so don't sweat it. I done nabbed it. It's all been nabbed. So he's generally confused. He's crazy. Also, he was a COVID he was a COVID conspiracy theorist. He said, I can't find it at the moment. I'm not sure if I saved it, but he said that like COVID was invented by China to kill us all or something. Yeah, look, this is him on Twitter. Not my bad, not Twitter, on Facebook before I got bipped. China's newest round of biological warfare on the free world is called Mycoplasma pneumonia, created by their scientists at Xi Zhengli to eliminate as many democratic civilians as possible. Coming from inside sources in China, we must move away from Chinese goods made from slave labor and defend Taiwan and South Korea in January. There is little time left. There's little time left. Yeah, he's completely out of it. He's from North Carolina, okay? He was registered as unaffiliated, which makes perfect sense. He's the most unaffiliated guy I've ever seen in my entire life. He's also arrested in 2022. Sorry, 2002, apparently too. Maybe, we're not sure. We're not sure if that's actually the same guy though. Yeah, guy is completely crazy. He was also pro BLM. He was a COVID conspiracy theorist. He was pro BLM, pro Donald Trump, pro Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, pro Joe Biden, pro Tulsi Gabbard as well. He was also pro Ukraine too. He was really big pro Ukraine. I'm going to Ukraine to stand for world peace, but I am going to die. I would like to have a second of acknowledgement that as an American, I am willing to die for Ukraine. And we all should be willing to go and die for democracy. Please help me showcase the cause. He also said that Joe Biden should release the entire American military so they can then be civilians, so then they could go to Ukraine to fight as civilians for Ukraine, but not as Americans, military service members. So it wouldn't be an actual war between the United States and Russia. That was his Uno reverse card on.
Actually, he's basically the median voter.
Yeah, he is the median voter. You're right. He is your average swing state voter. Just so you know. I mean, he was from North Carolina. Your average swing state voter. Yeah, that's a North Carolina guy right there. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Yeah. Pretty wild stuff. Oh, he also flew to Kyiv too, apparently. That was like a video. That was like a picture of him allegedly from Kyiv, which is hilarious. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Jar Jar, thanks for the 5. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the extra 5. That means a whole lot. Thank you. As well as Shadow Angel 09 for the $5 tip. Thank you so much. You guys have been so nice today. Thank you so much. Thank you for the love. Thank you. Sorry, North Carolina keeps making these kinds of people. Our state is weird AF. Trying to plug the gas leaks. You plug one and another one springs up. Hey, listen, you're getting close. You're getting close, okay? In a couple election cycles, it's very possible North Carolina could become a solidly Democratic state. It's very possible. It's very possible. Or at least like a Democratic leaning swing state. It's very possible. Blexus next. I think a lot of people don't think about it. But Blaska, okay? Blaska, as I think possible in the near future. And a lot of people don't think about it. A lot of people don't even have Blaska on their radar, but Blaska blowing her Blaska out, please don't. Not on stream, at least. Blaska is something that a lot of people don't have on their radar, but it's very possible. in the future. Can I pull this up for you with 270? What I mean is this, okay, chat? Look. In 2020, Alaskan Democrats had the biggest W that they've had in the last 24 years. Okay? And Alaskan Republicans had one of the worst. Only 52% of Alaskans came out to vote. All right? Trump only won 52%. Now, yes, this is a 10-point win, okay? But what I'm saying is that Alaska has been consistently getting more Democratic and less Republican since 2000. And I'm just, mind you, okay? You may think, oh, that's still like, oh, 10 points is so big. This is almost the same margin that Ohio and Iowa voted for Donald Trump, okay? And yes, we view those states as like more solidly Republican now, but what I'm saying is that if we can go from Obama winning both of those states twice to where we are now, that it's very possible that the opposite could happen. I mean, just look at Georgia. I know you would have told me that in 2008, there's no way we're gonna see Georgia sometime soon. 2020 rolls around, Georgia hits. A Georgia has striked, okay? Blairizona as well. Many people did not think it could happen, but it did. But it did. So I'm hearing reactionary potentially, but probably not fascist, but not a knowledgeable one who was highly disillusioned by Trump because he didn't do the things he wanted Trump to do. Oh yeah, he called Trump, and pardon my words, retarded. I'm not sure if I have that tweet. Yeah, he called Trump regarded. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, here it is. This tweet. I didn't read the whole thing, but while you were my choice in 2106, I and the world hoped that President Trump would be different and better than the candidate, but we all were greatly disappointed, and it seems like you are getting worse and devolving. Are you rewarded? I will be glad when you are gone. So yeah, there you go. There you go. I mean, from the horse's mouth. Many such cases. Many people are saying this. Thank you so much, Sake Tanuki, for the 5 gifted and helping others join the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Congratulations, freeloaders, for Sake Tanuki blessing you on this fantastic day. They said, are you sure? Are you sure this isn't the disappearing islands of Alaska and optical? Listen. If those Republicans in Alaska can disappear with those islands, then, you know, God willing. Thank you, Sake Taduki, for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate. So yeah, once again, Donald Trump, only politician in the modern era that can have 2 assassination attempts on his life and nobody cares. What can I say? He's just that kind of guy. He can get shot on 5th Avenue and not gain a single voter. So I didn't tell you guys about this story yet. I don't think I streamed when I found it out, but if you've been following me on the Bird app, you would have found something incredibly interesting. And that was the fact that around That fact was that after the debate, okay, there was maximum levels of conservative cope, just absolutely ginormous, like near fatal levels of cope. I had to make the other day. I don't know why, but I just got inspired. I just got inspired. Some people know something about this. I posted this on my Twitter. Some people know something about this, but if you don't, it's okay. President Biden, I apologize. She wouldn't have done this if we had an open convention. Your rallies are boring. And right after that, unfortunately, cooked his ass with a hollow coconut. End of days for Donald Trump. It was bad, okay? Now, I showed you some of the coping that was going on while the rally, while the debate was going on, and a little bit directly afterwards. But I think what's way more interesting at the moment is the cope that's been going on since the debate fallout, because the fallout from the debate for the Trump camp has been nuclear at best. The levels of delusion is the levels of delusion. They're complete mental cases. Okay, the paranoia has become terminal. Just take a look at this. All right, inside report. ABC allegedly set up distractive lighting aimed at Trump's podium to make him look left and right repeatedly during the debate and artificially increase his heartbeat. So they were giving, so apparently, so on stage, they were giving Trump anxiety by some staffer apparently being like, hey, like every time he went to go answer, and he was just like, and it made him look like he was tweaking. And so that's why he started looking around like this. He was scared. His heartbeat was increasing. They were eyes bloodshot, just eye darting around. I just listen. This is huge. 44,000 likes, chat. Terminal levels of copium. I just think he was just tweaking on stage. Yeah, it was like they thought, it's like Trump supporters think he's a cat. Like somebody in the production staff had like a laser pointer and they were just like darting across the floor in front of his podium. And he was like trying with all of his might not to go like at it because he knew that he couldn't do that during the debate. He was using every ounce of self-power that he just, his willpower just ran out at the end of the debate. That's why he just started getting angry. Yeah, they were jingling keys, and he got really interested in what was going on. He was really, really interested in what was happening back there. Oh, so there was that, and there was also people who were like, this is Ivanka Trump news, okay? ABC lost $27 million in ad revenue when advertisers pulled their ads from the network because of how horribly they treated Donald Trump. Thoughts? She's asking for thoughts because she doesn't have any. Just so you know, this didn't happen. This is a fictional claim originated by SpaceX Mania, a satirical website. The original article was labeled satire. This is like that. This is like when that conservative TikToker got tricked by the Dunning-Kruger Times into posting an article about how Riley Gaines has successfully sued all trans people for crimes against cis women or something. And she was like, finally, we're taking it to the transes. Finally. Oh no! Ugh, I've been waiting for this day. Oh man, yeah, things really got bad. They really deteriorated for them. It got real bad. There was some more stuff out there, but I'm not sure if I can find it at the moment. A whole lot of it is about a whole lot of it is about the cat eating bullshit that he's been on for the last couple days. I've just really planned to talk about. Okay, chat. Have you heard? Have you heard the news? Have you heard the news that Trump got himself a new boo thing? And you know who that is? Laura Loomer. That Trump apparently is fucking Laura Loomer now instead of his wife Melania. Yeah, yesified Jigsaw. Yeah, he got Loomered. Nazi Leatherface. Wait a second. Oh wait, chat. Did you see this about Trump in the spin room after the debate? So if you don't know, a spin room is a room after big debates and big like political events where media is set up to have like one-on-one with politicians and their representatives to talk about how the debate went. Usually for like presidential debates, representatives, vice presidents, surrogates are all set up at the spin room to, spin the debate as in like, this is how we did so good, right? Everybody wins in the spin room, basically, right? But the presidential candidate themselves usually don't go. This time though, after the debate, Trump showed up.
Trump has come in the spin room, and he is desperately trying to get the attention that I think he needs his oxygen.
Look at that, just looking around.
Even though I think that most of the people in this room that are here spinning on his behalf know that he had a bad night.
Is he literally standing there like he's his own surrogate, trying to get people to talk to him about his own performance?
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. He walked in the room. We knew that something was going on because Secret Service was around, but everybody was assuming it was going to be J.D. Vance. It's actually Donald Trump walked into the spin room to spin on his own behalf.
Wow. That's something. That is not a sign of strength or confidence in your own performance when you're trying to extend past the final bell.
Now, I will say, what also kind of made it really funny was that he kind of walked in and he was just standing there for a while because nobody was asking him any questions. So he started like, he started like just kind of shouting after some time, just trying to get the reporter's attention. Just start asking him questions about the debate. Here's a picture from AP, right? Of his ass just standing there. He's just waiting for somebody to hopefully ask him something. Please, I did so well. Please. I went so, the debate was so good. Please. I'm begging you. Somebody ask me a question. Ask me. Come on, ask me a question. Me, please. Please. Yeah, it was just kind of wild. It was pretty hilarious.
We're getting polls that show 92 to 6, 88 to 11.
If you don't know what he's talking about Twitter polls, okay? So after he lost the debate and after real scientific polls dropped, he went into the spin room where, like, after he looked on his phone on Twitter to see how he did. So first he went to his like surrogates in like their own room after the debate, and he was asking everybody like, how did I do? And they showed him polls on Twitter that said that like he won. They showed him like Elon Musk polls. They showed him polls from like random conservative YouTubers and polling like accounts that said that he won like 90-80%. And then he started quoting the Twitter polls to the reporters in the spin room.
Personally, that I've had, we're getting polls that show 92 to 6, 88 to 11.
Mr. Trump, you're whispering. What are you saying?
based and red-pilled?
Mr. Trump, speak louder. Actually, he can tone it down. Actually, he can bring that down. He don't have to do that, actually.
We're having a lot of great polls that just came out there. Phone polls and lots of other polls, but you see the polls. A very important debate. Now, she wants to do another one because she got beaten tonight, but I don't know. Why wouldn't you look at her? The polls are indicating that we got 90%, 60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%.
Where are you getting these numbers from?
Very good. But beyond the polls, I felt very good. I had a good time doing it. I hate to speak about our country so negatively, but that's what happened.
I hate to speak about our country so negatively. And just to prove to you that, yes, he was actually quoting Twitter polls, here's this video that somebody took of his truth account on the day where he was screen capping and retruthing Twitter polls that he found. The Daily Caller, 73%. Insider Paper, 78%. We got another leading report, 91%. OMG, OMG. Political polls, 57. He's crushing it out there. He's crushing it out there. Oh, holy. Good golly, Miss Molly. He really did it. So yes, these are all of his posts. He's like, chat, we've done it. We did it, chat. We defeated the ABC moderators. We did it, chat. Oh yeah, and Trump's surrogates even were like, man, this was ass. This was ass. They couldn't even spin it correctly.
Migrants eating dogs and cats. I mean, that's something Saturday Night Live would do. Why would you even bother to do that?
He was childish. He was creepy. He was cringy. The thing about eating dogs, they eat dogs. He was obsessed with it. He wouldn't let it go. He put that bone in his mouth and he rattled it. And I thought that she withstood Hurricane Trump. She came across as competent, even confident after that first half hour, which I agree with you, Trump, that was definitely his best half hour. Then
Kamala Harris has nuked Hurricane Trump.
And he just descended into chaos. He couldn't make a straight point. He kept returning to generalizations as thinking that through braggadocio alone that he could prevail. He was terrible tonight. And you can apologize for him all you want, but he did not seem presidential. He wouldn't even have made the debate team at a junior high.
Not his ass would have gotten cooked at the junior high debate team. It was horrible, chat. And did you all see that even they brought on they brought on like his surrogates, even chat, even Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And not even they could spin this in a way that made him look good. Let me see. Okay, I got you. Boom, boom. Yeah, take a look at this. They brought on Robert F. Kennedy Jr. They brought on Jr. to be, just so you know, Jr. has just hopped on to Trump's campaign. He is now a part of MAGA, Make America Healthy Again. He has been gifted the possibility of being in Trump's administration for bowing out of the race to help Trump hopefully win. And this is all he could say was after the debate.
Vice President Harris clearly won the debate in terms of her delivery, her polish, her organization, and her preparation.
Okay, what did Trump have if she won with all of that? Like, what else is there in the debate besides that?
I think on substance, President Trump wins.
Right, because he had concepts of a plan, right?
In terms of his governance, But he didn't tell that story. And in fact, I think that.
But he didn't tell that story. Yeah, he did tell a story though. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. On Fox News, they were very angry with what happened as well.
Congratulating Kamala for the debate is stolen valor.
I'm telling you, chat, nuclear levels of cope going on. Nuclear levels of cope. It was a 3-on-1, but they were mentally challenged people against one person of extraordinary genius. It wasn't even close. It wasn't even 3-on-1 with the mentally ill. Oh, I'd win a debate with the special kids in school any day of the week. Mind you, the only debate in the 10 years that this man has been running for presidency, the only debate where it came out with him winning rather than losing was the debate against Joe Biden, where he was debating a guy who was actually mentally challenged. It took somebody who might be suffering from the early signs of a degenerative mental condition for him to come out on top in a debate. And the second he was back in the ring with somebody who was even, whose brain is not near melting condition yet, he instantly gets bodied. He instantly gets bodied. And it's true, yeah. The only debate that he won was the one where where it made him run up against a much stronger candidate that possibly made him lose. This one's really funny though. 3-on-1, but they were mentally challenged people. Oh. Yeah, this is me playing any Mario minigame. Any Mario minigame with my friends. 3-on-1. But they were all mentally challenged. So they were against one extraordinary stable genius. Oh, it was not even close. But yeah, Greg Cumfield or whatever his name is, he was very mad.
Is stolen valor. You should be congratulating David Muir and Lindsey Davis, who did the heavy lifting. And so calling that a debate is disinformation. That's like me going into a bar with Tyrus and inciting a brawl and then later taking credit for all the broken jaws. You know, it's
okay, don't worry. We know you're mad. Don't worry. We know you're upset. He couldn't contain himself. It's just so wild. And he was looking down when he was saying that too. Did he write this joke? I know Greg Gutfield likes to think of himself as a comedian. Was that a joke that he wrote that he thought was going to like pop off? Because it looked like he's reading, right? It looks like he's reading while he was saying this. He like writes jokes down on his paper and then he delivers them and he's like, oh man, this one's gonna go crazy. Dude, the geriatrics in the geriatrics are gonna go crazy for this one. Their dentures are gonna fall out with this one. It's scripted. He put practice in for that. Yeah, he wrote that down. He's like, this one's gonna pop off. This will do. Yeah, me writing a tweet. This is gonna do numbers. I thought jokes were supposed to be funny. Well, he's the joke. And boy, was that hilarious. Oh, Stephen Miller was also in the spin room. I hate this guy's voice, but let's see if we can tolerate listening to him for a moment.
What will happen? All these...
Day one.
All these criminal migrants that have been flooded in the country are going to be the first to get thrown out of here. I mean, you've seen case after case, these heartbreaking tragedies. Those ones are going to get found and deported first. And look at this Venezuelan gang. You have a Venezuelan gang that is taking over entire...
Incel Caillou goes so crazy. Hello? I've never heard that before. Like Nazi Caillou, Incel Caillou. Okay. That forehead. Stephen Miller is really funny because he runs a lawfare organization for the Trump campaign that basically runs an anti-civil rights law firm that works on behalf of white people. And so when white racist people think that like a diversity or like pro minority policy is in a business, and they feel like that it's mean for them, that they think that brown people should be respected, he basically runs up the numbers with like billionaires' money and like throws lawsuits out against that company to hopefully overturn like pro like civil rights like rules and regulations in certain businesses. Yeah, he's wild. Does anybody have the picture of when he was on that TV show and he tried to pretend he wasn't bald by having his makeup artist paint hair onto his head? Is this it? Please tell me this is it. Fug. Does anybody have that picture? Yes, yes. Yeah, okay, so this was back in 2017 when he was working in the Trump administration as their like torture secretary. Basically remember when Donald Trump had those really bad concentration camps on the border, like even worse than there are now, where they were like separating children from parents, and there was like children going missing, like assault of the children, women being abused. They were force feeding pork to Muslims. There was like a doctor that was called the uterus snatcher because his role was to get women, like Hispanic women from below the border once they cross the border for asylum, and then have them sign off on medical papers for checkups. But what he would actually do was, hidden in the papers that weren't translated into their native language, would be them signing off to the right for him to, if he thought it was necessary, to remove their reproductive organs. And so when they went into surgeries, he would always make sure to remove their uterus and ovaries and incinerate them before they were able to wake up. So yeah, all of that, as well as the disease and the overpopulation and the crowding and like the horrible conditions in the concentration camps on the border, on the detention centers for migrants and asylum seekers. He basically organized to make them as horrible as possible, because what he wanted was for them to be so terrible and decrepit that it would act as a deterrent for people to seek asylum because of how poorly they would possibly be treated and possibly have their internal organs removed by random doctors, right? And they would be like scared to sign any papers because they don't know what they were going to be signing. That was basically his goal in the Trump administration before it came out that he was like an actual Nazi, and then he had to be fired. But anyways, yes, this is him on like MSNBC while he was still balding. Like take a look. Okay, so this was his hair back then. This is it now. As you see, the balding has progressed. But back when he still tried to pretend that he had hair, he went onto MSNBC and had the makeup artist paint his like Vegeta back onto his head. This Nazi shit ain't nothing to me, man. This ain't torturing immigrants. This ain't nothing to me, man. I'm moving different. bitch caught me stealing ovaries from the immigrants in the detention center. I'm built different. Yeah, so that's what the hell? This is crazy. Why are there so many? Why are there so many? It's crazy. He's everywhere. He does have the villain phenotype. Yes. Thank you. I'm so glad somebody put it into words. He's built like a villain. He's built like a Marvel villain. This is one of the scientists that were torturing the subjects in the Weapon X program. He's lost his mind. He would kill the Spider-Man.
Buildings in Aurora, Colorado, and that's responsible, by the way, for some of the most heinous crimes that have happened all over the United States. The crime rate in Venezuela is down, I believe, a little bit over 60% over the last several years.
Are you trusting the official figures from the Venezuelan dictatorship?
Let's put it this way.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a good place to stop. Are you just quoting the figures specifically from the Venezuelan dictatorship? Listen, okay. No, actually, I don't think I will. Actually, I don't believe that I will. But yeah, things got bad. Trump, oh yeah, he tried to spin the debate again on Fox News when he called in. Keep going? What, really? Keep going? Okay, wait. Wait, let me take that off. That was just gonna be my timeline. Gotta be curious about that. Gotta be careful about that.
Migrants that have been flooded in the to let his criminals out of the number with a high crime rate.
Dictatorship?
Let's put it this way. If you're a dictator of a poor country with a high crime rate, wouldn't you send your criminals to our open border?
That wasn't my question. Are you trusting the figures of the dictatorships? Those are Maduro numbers.
I am believing that it is in the interest of a criminal dictator.
Look at his like creepy pointed ears too. He's so scary.
To let his criminals out.
But I will say he looks like he's really easy to make out of clay. You know what I'm saying? He looks like if you wanted to make a figure of him out of clay, it'd be really easy.
Out of their jails and come to our country.
You have numbers, real numbers, not dictatorship numbers.
The Venezuelan gangs that have, you've seen the CCTV footage. I have a question. Who do you think? Answer me this.
My family is from Venezuela. I know very well the situation of Caracas and many other cities.
Right, tell me, who were the people with the high-powered rifles in the hallway of that apartment building? Who were they?
They were gangsters from Venezuela.
Right. No American community.
But I was asking to you about figures, numbers,
what I'm
facts.
saying to you is the facts are.
He said figures, numbers, facts. Do you speak that in this language? Ever heard of it? Ever seen this? Figures? You know, like actual things that we can know of, huh?
Are the dead bodies. The facts are.
You said that Caracas has a lowest crime rate than the USA.
The facts are the mutilated bodies. The facts are the people in the morgues that are dead.
I was asking you about Caracas and the numbers in Caracas. Are you trusting the numbers of the dictatorship?
I am trusting the fact that Kamala Harris is
letting
immigrants into this country.
Oh my Lord! Look, he's really getting red. Look. Just say yes. I trust the Venezuelan the Venezuelan government. Go ahead, right? Like you do. Yeah, look, lips pursed, red, brimming from the collar. Wait, how red did he get? Yo, wait, he really did. He got sweatier too. The sweat started to creep down. Look, it started. Oh no. No, it froze. Twitter is so ass, man. The Twitter player is so doo-doo garbo. But yeah, like, it started down here, and then it started to creep down his head, and it started, look, and then he started getting redder and redder.
About figures, numbers, about Caracas, and the number had been very respectful. Why are you yelling?
Do you know who Jocelyn Ungary is? Do you know who she is?
Do you know how many people is experiencing violence in Caracas?
Who is she? Who is Laken Riley?
Why are you yelling again?
Because I'm yelling because children are being raped and murdered.
I was just asking.
What are you talking about, man?
And you have not replied to me about those figures.
Murdered. Do you know who Kayla Hamilton is?
Do you trust the numbers of Nicolas Maduro? I'm asking again.
I trust a ruthless dictator will empty his prisons and send their criminals to our country.
So you trust his numbers?
The most dangerous gang in Venezuela is
you trust Nicolas Maduro?
I trust that he does not want his criminals to be...
So you believe in his numbers?
I believe he's sending his criminals to our country.
And do you think that the crime rate in Venezuela have decreased?
Do you not believe the law enforcement reports of Venezuelan gangs in this country?
I was asking...
So, Soy Boy gets throttled by Chad interviewer asking same question until he answers. Maduro was sending Venezuelan Hannibal Lecter to eat our cats in America.
For the Venezuelan government figures, not the figures here.
Are Venezuelan gangs in this country or not? Yes or no?
What are the figures that you say to say that in Caracas the number is lower than in the USA?
Are Venezuelan gangs in this country or not?
So you don't.
You know what? This debate really does make me miss the Hippy Dippy. Maybe we got to watch some of the new Hippy Dippies that came out. It really does remind me. This reminds me of a Twitch political debate. Really.
You don't have numbers.
You know who has numbers? The Department of Homeland Security. You can ask Mayorkas for numbers. You can ask the Director Ray for the numbers.
Sir,
I'm telling you.
You said that in Venezuela the crime rate is lower than the USA.
Yes, because
what are your numbers? That's my question.
Because the criminals are here now.
Those are Maduro's numbers.
I can tell you again that Border Patrol agents are encountering thousands
of
gang
Maduro numbers?
I trust the border agents in our country.
But I am not saying that Caracas has a lower crime rate.
Children are dead, and you.
What is this? He can't do it. He can't, dude. He's making this face the whole time. He's like spitting. He's angry. Where's Steven? Just quote the numbers, please. I'm begging you. Just so you know, America has one of the lowest crime rates that it ever has. Actually, it's lower than it was during the Trump administration. We have a really low crime rate right now. But Americans, I hate to say it, are a little stupid. And if you ask your average American, they will always say that the crime rate today is higher than the crime rate it was last year. And they say that literally every single year. And so by your average American's idea of crime, your average American will say that we now have like the most crime that ever has crimed in the history of the United States ever, every single year. Which is, you know, dumb. But that's how conservatives make it easy to, that's why it's easy for conservatives to run on the whole crime thing. Because Americans always think that crime is the worst that it ever has been, ever. At all points in time, always, even though it's just incredibly untrue.
You are wasting my time.
No, I am not wasting your time. I'm asking for facts as a journalist.
Is he about to save the raped children? Personally, me, I go to the gym because what if one day I am walking down the street and I encounter a van full, not the bald hammer. We're back? The censorship got him? Okay. Anyways, like I said, personally, I go to the gym because what if one day I'm walking down the street and a white van full of pedophiles hop out of the van like a pedophile clown car and start scooping up a bunch of children, and I want to stop them, but the pedophile is stronger than me, so he punches me and I'm not able to save all of the children. So that's why I personally go to the gym, so I'm stronger than all pedophiles, personally. That's my goal. That's my goal in life, to be stronger than every pedo. I will stop them. Because what if it happens? Some people are like, that would never happen. That's a dumb reason to go to the gym. Is it? To save children from the pedo clown car? Is it really? Is that dumb? To want to save children? That's dumb, huh? Curious. Stout Chaco, thank you so much for the $5 tip. I really appreciate you. Please make the paused Miller face an emote. I'm not going to lie. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about making the like angry purse-lipped Miller face an emote because it was just so funny. He was just so yeah, there it was. No, I missed it. Yeah, there it is. Maybe this one. What do you think, chat? Think that'd make a good emote? Or make it like really red too. I'll save it. We'll think about it. Thank you so much, Sake Tsuduki, for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love how he has to have his name on the board next to him just in case people wouldn't recognize. Yeah, that's true. He has to have like his like name card chauffeur so people can find him. Oh yeah, I definitely want to speak to Stephen Miller. Oh man, I can't wait to do that in the spin room. Good golly. Tyrannix, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I'm not sure if I caught those, but thank you so much, Tyrannix, for the 2 gifted subs and helping other people be pog. Appreciate you. Intel Caillou is the most earned gift sub I've heard all year. It is so good. It's hilarious. As well as Brute Magnuson. Tell me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Sorry. Thank you so much for the $4.99. I appreciate you. I did everything right and they're ignoring me. Twitter told me I won the debate and they're ignoring me. Why? Dude, Wallace came out with a wallop too. He was on CNN.
I think tonight was just as devastating. I think that Kamala Harris pitched a shutout.
You know what's really funny is that by the numbers and like the CNN poll that people usually, the CNN snap poll that they usually do after debates that people normally like quote, Kamala Harris won this debate better than when Donald Trump won his debate against Joe Biden when Joe Biden had a mental episode on stage. That's how you know he got cooked. Even when Donald Trump won, Kamala Harris took it home better than he did when he debated Joe Biden having a mental issue. It's horrible.
On almost every subject I can think of, she shut Trump down on abortion. She shut Trump down on January 6th and democracy. She shut him down on national security and turned to the former president and said, the military leaders who served with you think that you're a disgrace. And then, as Dana mentioned, very powerfully at the end made the point that she is the candidate of change. We need to turn the page from a decade of division and polarization. On substance, I think she pitched a shutout, and I think she did on style as well. I mean, the image of the debate to me is she's there happy, smiling, expressive, shaking her head and dismay at things Trump was saying. And Trump looked angry, scowling. She was looking directly at the audience. He was looking at the moderators and arguing with them. And something else. And Donald Trump looked old tonight.
Yeah.
And
bro was old. Geezer. Went on Fox News to try and spin for himself.
That's another thing. Kamala doesn't do any shows. She doesn't do interviews. She doesn't talk to people. She doesn't do anything like that. And that's not fair to the public because they don't know what they're getting. But they saw last night what they had. They had a rigged show with somebody that maybe even had the answers. I mean, I'll be honest. I watched her talk, and I said, you know, she seems awfully familiar with the questions.
This is so cringe. I'm sorry. Just him being like, oh yeah, the night may have been just a little rough, but you know what's really rough? The Biden economy. Like, maybe do something like that, all right? But not she got answers beforehand. What possibly could she have gotten beforehand that could have helped her? I'm just gonna be honest with you. Even if she got the questions beforehand, how would that have helped her? It was the most like simple questions ever. Like, oh yeah, her getting the question of what are you going to do on healthcare was totally blew Donald Trump out of the water, and that's why he did so poorly compared to her. Yeah, who could have possibly running for president could have guessed the question of what's your plan for the economy? What's your plan for healthcare? What are you going to do about immigration? Just who could have thought about that? Who could have thought about that? While he was drilling the Botox out of Laura Loomer, Kamala Harris was busy studying the blade. And he's just mad. And he's just mad that, you know, with all the time he spent with Laura Loomer, the Botox started to creep into his brainstem, swelling it, making it harder for him to think, while Kamala Harris was busy studying the blade.
And you get pretty good at that stuff after a while. But when I saw how totally rigged that was, I take a look at it and I watch and I say, you know, you have to get out there. And one of the things I did is I said, let's do this show at, like, what time is it? 6:30 in the morning. And it's an honor to do it. But you have to go out and you have to do the shows. That's another thing.
You got to get out there. You got to do the shows.
This was incredible. I mean, everything, so many things I said were debunked.
True.
Totally debunked, like Charlottesville. I have a list of 7 different things, and she could say anything she wanted, everything, every time I spoke, and my stuff was right. They'd correct you.
Every time I spoke, I was right. And every time Camilla spoke, she was wrong. And they correct me. Every time they correct me. I saw it on TV. I said I saw it on TV. They corrected me. I did everything right and they fact-checked me. Oh nah, dude. Have you ever witnessed somebody who was about to die? Chat, take a look. I finally have a girlfriend. Congratulations, autist. They finally got a girlfriend. Woo! Why is she obsessed with Hello Kitty? I've never seen someone suffer so much in my life. I've never seen suffering worse than this in my entire life. It's so over. He's doomed. Put the chains back on, dog. You ain't done yet. Oh, life ain't done with you yet. Put the chains back on. Bro, just run. Why? You're cooked. Hey, 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 run for your life. Hey, 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 run for your life. Put them chains back on. Stop playing. Unbreaking. That reminds me, I need to read more on Undead Unluck. I've let Undead Unluck cook for a little bit, because the last time I picked, the last chapter that I saw was a yapter, and I just was not in the mood for a yapter. I hate to be the one to say it, but I opened the page and I saw 6 panels and 12 text boxes, and I was like, I am not in the mood for a yapter. I wanted to see someone get punched in the throat. I want to see someone get punched in the throat. I am not in the mood for a yapter. And I haven't picked it up in a little bit because I was like, you know what, I could really, I missed when I could just read, I miss when I could just read Undead Unluck, just like, you know, just chapter after chapter after chapter. I really enjoyed it when I could do that. So I was like, let me just wait for it to cook a little bit. This is also your reminder to pick up Undead Unluck. I really enjoy it. I really like it. What's it about? It's about when an undead guy meets an unlucky girl. Basically, it's on Shonen Jump. It's a series where the power system revolves around you being a negator, right? It's when you're born and one day you're awakened with an ability to negate a certain part of you know, the world or like existence itself, basically. So like, you're a negator and your ability is like something, like you negate that part of reality, right? So let's say we have like unhealthy, right? That negator cannot be healthy, right? Unchange, that negator can either not change, as in like maybe age, maybe some other way, or make other things not change. Undead, you know, one of our protagonists cannot die because he negates death. And Unluck, Fuko, negates luck, meaning that things become incredibly unlucky. She is incredibly unlucky. So it talks about undead and unluck. Fuko's unluck, as we know it, manifests as in when somebody touches her skin, all of their luck becomes negated, meaning that they become the most unlucky person ever. Usually resulting in them dying instantly in like incredible cartoonish ways. Like she touches someone and then the ground that they're standing on falls and they fall into like a boiling pot of shit or something. Like a water main breaks under their feet, shooting them into the air, and then they fucking perish, right? The boiling pot of shit thing did not happen. I'm just making that one up. But that's basically how it works, right? Chat is a girlfriend negator? That's crazy. Unlove? They get Looney Tune deaths, essentially. Yeah, so Fuko, as an example, Fuko slapped this one person and they got hit with a fucking meteor and died instantly. Unloved, unwanted. That's crazy. Right? And so you would imagine, you can understand how they can get up to such incredible kooky things when Fuko can like put unluck on undead, and so undead can have unluck happen to him, and now he can turn into like a sort of bomb where, and this is like a, and that's how they fight a lot of the time, because Fuko in the beginning of the series isn't a big fighter. She doesn't like fight very much. She is just some 18-year-old girl. Big also W for Undead Unluck. No children in creepy sexual situations. Incredibly rare for a mango, but it's true that you will find no children in compromised sexual positions. None. Not one. It's so peak. And so Fuko is 18. Yes, Fuko has some knockers, but she's also of age. The bottom bar has been passed. It's true. It's true. The beginning is a little rough, okay? Because they're the guy is, I can't say the guy because it's a woman who writes it. The editor for the woman author who writes Undead Unluck told her that it would be a good idea for Andy, that's Undead, to want to get into silly situations where he grabs Fuko's tits. So that happens for like 3 chapters, and then after that you never see it again because that editor got booted after that. But after that it picks up and it goes crazy. After that it becomes very peak. It becomes very peak. Like when they started fighting, oh, and also, right, what they fight are what are they called again? Chat, anybody who reads Undead Unluck, what are the monsters that they fight called? Uma, yeah. They fight these creatures that are called Uma, and Uma are representations of like certain aspects, rules. Rules, Uma. Yeah, and Uma, those are certain aspects of the world, right? So they can get into a fight with like the concept of summer. Yeah. So they can fight summer, they can fight thirst, they can fight like air, honestly. They can fight heat. And it gets pretty crazy. It goes pretty hard. It's really good. I really enjoy it. Can they fight my depression? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Well, they'd fight depression in general, but you know, they'd be fighting your depression as well, yeah. Is depression a rule? I mean, yeah, technically, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Fight the concept of global warming. I think that'd be heat. At that point, that'd be heat. I think that global warming would fall under heat. So then they'd fight the heat rule, right? And so like the story revolves around them fighting against the rules of the world put there by cruel gods to play with humanity, right? That's basically what Undead Unluck is about. Where an undead guy and an unlucky girl go up against the world. I think it's very good. I thoroughly enjoy. In this episode, we fixed my parents' marriage. Okay, but that was actually a plot point in the series recently. That was actually a plot point in the series where they had to fix Fuko's parents' marriage. They did. They really did. They killed divorce. They just had to fix their marriage, okay? To make they just had to fix their marriage. I don't want to say too much more, but yeah. They murdered John divorce. There's some really bad negator abilities. Like one is unknown. An unknown is where like nobody can know anything about you. They can't see you, they can't hear you, and they can't interact with anything that you interact with. They don't, and you can't let people, you actually cannot let people know that you exist at all. And so that one's really bad. That one was bad. That one got dropped onto a kid one day, and then his mom thought he died, and he tried to tell his mom that he was alive, but his mom couldn't know that he was there because he's unknown now. Where's this happening? Japan? All across the world, technically. all across the world. After they get a hold of language, the rule language, all of the world's languages get wrapped up into English. So at some point in the series, everybody just speaks English. But yeah, it does happen like all across the world. So they go to Russia and the US and like their home base isn't in Japan. It's at Stonehenge, actually. Fuko is Japanese. I don't know where. I have no clue where Andy is from. Probably Japan. The whole world. Foucault is French? Nah, wrong guy. Mav, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for the 2. I really appreciate you. Have you read Kagurabachi? I am. Many people do not know, but I'm a bachi bro. I am. I've been like a little while ago, I was doing some like short like 1 tweet manga reviews, like manga recommendations on my Twitter account. And so I read Kagurabachi when it came out, and I was like, this seems cool, the art's cool, but we just gonna have, but it seems a bit generic for now, and it's going to, if the author can take this in an interesting direction, I believe he has something good on his hands, but we're just going to have to see if it like makes a splash or not. And it did. And so I've been reading Kagurabachi ever since, and I have become a bachi bro. I am a bachi bro. I enjoy Kagurabachi a whole lot. Kagurabachi is actually very good, incredibly artistic, as well. The author, Hokazono cooks. That is the meme manga. Yes, the edgy kid with the scar and the red eyes with the fucking katana. Grr, I'm gonna go. My father was killed. I'm artistic. Don't worry, we can tell. Don't worry, we can tell. But yeah, Kagurabachi goes a little crazy. It goes quite crazy. I would say also give meme manga a try. Give Kagurabachi a try. I will say maybe one day I'll do like a whole manga review of everything that I've seen from Kagurabachi so far, and I'll give it the Kagura sloppy because it's pretty good, and there are a whole bunch of people who are enjoying it. This is a painted manga panel. This is a painted panel. So this technically isn't original art. This is a real panel. It's really cool. The art, the author does some really great stuff with the art and paneling as well. He really plays with the paneling a whole lot. It's really cool. Will you ever do a dramatic reading of the manga like Undead Unluck? That's way too much work because I gotta do voices for everyone. Nah, I can't do that. We might do a reading of it, possibly. Have you read Sakamoto Days? I am a Sakamoto Days enjoyer. I've been reading Sakamoto Days for like the better part of the year. I picked it up this year, and it's been great. It's been fantastic. I'm a big enjoyer of Sakamoto Days. Yes, 100%. Yes. Only problem is that the author just kind of pretends Lou doesn't exist. No clue why. Lou is a good character. He just kind of hates women, unfortunately. That's in the current Centuria chapter. I haven't read it. I'm not fully caught up with Centuria. I'm letting it cook for a little bit. I'm not completely caught up with Centuria. But last time I read the one when the last one I read was them coming out of the forest, and it was peak Ronnie. You know, like Kagura. No spoilers then. Yeah, Kagurabachi goes kind of crazy. The battle would last a mere moment. They take a step and they're gone, and the battle begins. It would last a mere moment. Yeah, Kagurabachi's paneling is very, very interesting. It's pretty cool. There's some really cool stuff. Yeah, the author is a great artist. He really is. And he has some incredible ideas that he executes well. I don't think I remember something from Kagurabachi that I don't believe was executed well. And not everything was executed really, really well. I can't lie. It's really good. And the last arc that just wrapped up, really, really good. Yeah, like this too. Like if you haven't read it, you have no clue what this is about. But when you see it, you're like, when you turn the page and you'll see this, you'll be like, oh my gosh. He was arrested for weapons of mass destruction before? Hello? Wait, the guy who tried to shoot Trump?
Shark.
He was arrested for weapons of mass destruction? I mean, this guy has been like a career criminal. He's been getting arrested since at least 2002. He had a nuke.
Hog.
What was he trying to like redo the like Oklahoma bombing or something?
Shark. Hog.
I have not read Gachi Akura. No, I have not read that. I am reading Goku Rakugai, and that is also a Picaroni as well. Yeah, I would say if you haven't read Kagurabachi, pick it up.
Shark.
Pick it up. Very good series. Undead Unluck, peak series. The powers are really interesting, and I'm not going to lie, it has a whole lot of emotion to it. Undead Unluck was the first series that I was like the first manga that I've read since I've only really started to pick up manga like this year.
Shark.
First one that I've read that I just about cried, and it was while they were fighting. It was during the summer fight.
Shark.
Was it summer? No, my bad. Spring. Well, they were fighting spring. Yeah.
Shark. Hog.
I meant spring, not summer. Yeah, the spring fight, I almost cried. I was very, very close to crying. I had to put it down because I felt like if I kept going, I would have cried.
Hog.
The spring fight it's really not only is it like very interesting, it's a very interesting indirect type of fight, but it's also a very emotional fight too. It was very good. I hate Taylor Swift! Bang, 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 bang! Thank you so much, Sake Tanuki, for the 5 gifted, helping others join the frenzy and being incredibly pog. Appreciate you. Thank you. Gonna blow your mind. Yo, are you Matthew Crooks? Donald Trump isn't the 45th president. He's the 44th who served during the 45th presidency because of Grover Cleveland. That's so crazy. Isn't he not the 44th president either? Because isn't he not the 44th president either? Because he because of like no, my bad. I was thinking about that. Yeah, he served. No, Roosevelt served 3 terms, but those were 3 consecutive terms. He was the same president, right? Four terms. They really love that guy. That was crazy. We would really be on Obama's 4th term right now if he was allowed to continue running. You ever think about that? You ever think about like there is no way that if Obama was allowed to keep going, if he was allowed to keep cooking, then he would have it'd be like Obama times 4 right now. We'd about to hit Obama times 5. Sake Tsuduki, thanks you're incredibly kind today. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Grover Cleveland served non-consecutive terms. Oh, because he's like that. Because he was just that guy, apparently. Thank you so much for the 5 and the history lesson. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Congratulations. So many freeloaders are getting blessed today. Oh, the rules of numbering changed after Cleveland, so he would still remain the 45th, huh? Wait, so those 45, 47 hats that he made are That's just Cap? Are you serious? He's just a liar? They have the 45, 47 hats, just like, even if he did win, they wouldn't even be real? Are you serious? It's actual Cap. His Cap is literally Cap. Yes, he's just very stupid. That's crazy. Swifties, assemble. Assemble. But yeah, all very cool. I'm very interested to see what the end of JJK is like. I'm not going to spoil the end of JJK, but while we're right before we transition to the next meme that we're going to be talking about, which is going to be the Haitians, they're eating the dogs. We're going to be talking about that here in a moment. I will say JJK ending, peak, very peak. I really enjoy how the ending is going so far, and I'm very excited to see how the next couple of chapters go. Coming to the end. I'm very excited to see how that ends up, because I feel like it's going to be really good. I've gotten everything that I've wanted to get out of JJK, honestly. I don't need a part 2. I don't think there's going to be a part 2 coming. I don't need a part 2. I think everything has just been just about everything has just been like wrapped up, and I'm just very happy to see how the series ends, because it is my favorite series, and I think it's ending near perfectly, near flawlessly. Gege continues to cook, and I continue to eat and feel full. His name is Lou, spelled the same way. That's crazy. Sake Tanuki, thanks for the 5 gifted. Many others join the frenzy. Being so pog, thank you. They said, can we just take a second to appreciate how amazing Donkey Kong racing music is? Yeah, I had to add some. Wait, I wanted to show something, because I didn't show any Undead Unluck panels. Anybody have that Victor panel? You know the one I'm talking about? I found it. Yeah. 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 More like Dick Kong racing, am I right, chat? Yeah. Yeah, this is the panel. This is the panel. Yeah, the crazy Undead Unluck. The Victor panel. This is when I knew, when I saw this panel, this is when I knew that this series was really going crazy with it. Eyes from Peak. I was like, this is going crazy. What is she cooking up? This is undead, just so you know. Part of his undead ability is that he has basically infinite blood. So when he gets a cut, he can shoot blood as fast as he really wants to kind of manipulate his healing factor. Is he slicing buildings in the back? Yeah, so this is a manifestation of his ability that he's using. He used his nails to damage the ends of his fingertips, and then he controlled his undead ability, his like regeneration factor, to give himself more blood before the wounds close. And since he is undead, and so he has infinite blood because he negates the concept of death, and so he can do that. That is something that he can do, right? After he, works with his ability. Once a negator works with their ability and change the concept of how they think about the ability, they can make new abilities. They can make new attacks and, stuff out of it. So he came up with this. It's called Deadline. So he damaged the ends of his fingertips and then shot blood so fast and so hard that it slices the tops of buildings in the distance. So he's standing on one building and he's looking for someone. So he cuts down the entire city with like with jets of blood across the entire city. It's crazy. That's when I was like, this series is doing something. Does he feel pain? Yeah, but he's like, I don't want to spoil it, but like he's been, this shit ain't nothing to him anymore. Okay, basically this shit ain't nothing to him anymore. I'll say that. He does technically still feel pain, but he's been around the block, so it's not really a problem. Sir, a second stream of blood has has hit the tower. Sir, I regret to inform you. Oh wait, chat, before we move on, one more meme, okay? One more meme. We're done with Mango talk, but one more meme. One of the last things that I saw, okay, was that about the debate, was that there was this guy on the Bird app, okay? He tweeted out this: I will be releasing an affidavit from an NBC whistleblower regarding the debate. I have just signed a non-disclosure agreement agreeing with the attorney on of the whistleblower. The affidavit states how the Harris campaign was given a sample question of the which were essentially the same questions that were given during the debate, and not separate assurances of a separate assurance that she will not be fact-checked, which I know is untrue because she was actually fact-checked during the debate. She was fact-checked at least once. According to the affidavit, it states several other factors were built into the debate to give Kamala Harris a significant advantage. One, obviously, you guys saw the fact that a production staff member was flashing a light in Donald Trump's eyes, distracting him, making him look like he was tweaking during the debate, obviously. And then he said, I will be releasing the affidavit, right? And then Marjorie picked it up and said, the ABC whistleblower who claimed Kamala Harris was given debate questions ahead of the debate has died in a car crash. According to new reports, they killed him. Hillary called in order to the suicide hotline. No. And then she came out like a little bit later and was like, this story appears to be false. I'm glad to hear it. Thankfully. Oh, and just so you know, the affidavit was supposed to come out today that Kamala Harris has cheated in the debate, but the guy came out again today and said, I have agreed with the Gateway pundit and then now in touch with an attorney for the whistleblower of ABC. In return, the Gateway pundit is keeping the whistleblower's identity secret. It is my belief that an interview will be made, whereas the Gateway pundit has promised to push the ABC for answers of the September 10th debate. He was supposed to post the affidavit, remember? Wait, he said he posted it. Wait a second, chat. But here we go, chat. Here is the 6-page affidavit for easier sharing. 1, I have worked for ABC for over 10 years in various technical and administrative positions. Okay. Since the acquisition of ABC in 1996, I have observed. This is 1996? Over 10 years, 1996? That's over 20 years, but okay. I have observed significant transformations in the nature of news reporting. I do not endorse Donald Trump. The fuck is this bullshit? It is my belief that contemporary news organizations, including NBC, no longer adhere to it. What is this? Just his feelings? Since the debate with Trump Harris has been announced to be broadcast on ABC, various members of the staff have expressed hope of debate issues that are important to everyday Americans. This is just Harris campaign received particular accommodations, including, but not limited to, providing a podium significantly smaller than, than that of Donald Trump, and assurances regarding split-screen television views that would favorably impact Kamala Harris's appearance relative to Donald Trump. What are you talking about? Okay, for one, Kamala Harris needed an itty-bitty podium because she's 4 feet tall. A lot of people don't know this, but Kamala Harris is like 5'1". She's like 5'1". So yes, she can't have the same podium as somebody who's 6 foot tall. Yes, obviously. Do you think that she would need to like crawl on top of the podium to be able to speak during the debate? Well, yes, of course she needs a smaller podium. She's a smaller person. Yeah. She's 5'4", literal same difference. It is the same. Did not know that. She's super short. She's super itty bitty. We love a short queen. She's very tiny. So yes, she did actually need I'm guessing apparently conservatives wanted the debate to look like Kamala Harris's forehead only was poking out from over the podium. And she had to like grab the mic, and every time she needed to talk, she needed to climb the podium with one arm and hold the mic with the other to speak, to answer a question. And when she's done, she like drops back down, and the split screen is Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's forehead poking out from above the podium. And apparently that would be a fair debate to conservatives. Apparently, I guess. And also favorable split screen. You mean just seeing Trump and Kamala Harris on screen at the same time? Because that's a favorable split screen to begin with. Like just looking at these two next to each other, you're like, God damn. Holy. Kamala Harris would not face comparable scrutiny. She was fact-checked. Why not include the transcripts? I did not have permission for those transcripts, you see. I have secretly recorded several conversations that will prove that the Harris campaign insisted upon not only fact-checking of Donald Trump, okay, but also insisted on what questions were not asked under any circumstances, or else the Harris campaign declined to participate. Okay, those are debate agreements. Hello? Like, cope? I've never seen such crazy cope in my entire life. So, yeah, this is just... So, if you guys don't know, the campaigns and the news organizations negotiate for a debate before a debate happens. So, yeah, all three parties need to agree on rules before a debate goes on. And so, yeah, I would imagine that some parties would be like, yeah, I don't want this to be talked about. Probably something personal, because they talked about like all the important things that you would want to be brought up in the debate. So I don't like, what could that possibly be? What could that possibly be? But anyways, this is in the state of New York. All right, sure. Crazy affidavit. And apparently he also died, but then he didn't die, but now they're going to be releasing something else. And you know what's crazy about this? Really, nobody cared. Everybody was like, this is actually some dumb bullshit, and now nobody cares. I thought it was at least going to, oh geez. I thought it was at least going to pop off for a little bit. But no, really nobody cared. Nobody cared about his about his sworn affidavit. But Chatterino, chat, you want to talk about how they were eating the dogs and eating the cats and eating the pets of the people that live there? You want to talk about that real quick? I don't actually, but I guess we got him. He got better. Yeah, he died in a car crash on his way to to the Gateway pundit to talk about what happened, but then he got better. Thankfully he was okay. He did die in the car crash, but I just got word that he's actually okay. He made a speedy recovery. I'm profoundly disappointed in my country. I gotta put my glasses on for this one. We got some big thinkies to do here, okay? Some of you may have known, but I spent some time digging into the story for the last 2 days. And that is why I actually didn't stream for the last 2 days. I was busy like really trying to dig into this story to see what was going on, because the more I dug, the more I uncovered, and the more I was like, this is such a crazy story. And yes, it is very crazy. It is very, very crazy. But you know what else is crazy? The fact that you're watching on YouTube right now and you haven't clicked the like button. Make sure to slap that like button, Pookie, and to help other people join the stream. And go ahead, hit that like button. Give it a little caress. You can also become a member. And members are able to see some videos early. Like right now, you can watch our video about Candace Owens being Candace Owens being attacked by Nazis for being too anti-Semitic. That's in the hopper right now, and you can, as a member, you can watch that video early. So give it a little look if you would like. It's very cool. Find I like the stream, you should, as you should. How is that possible? Well, you can find out by becoming a member and taking a look at the video right now, or waiting until tomorrow when it gets uploaded. Affidavits aren't technically evidence of anything. Yes, so just in case people don't know, an affidavit is just you saying that you believe something. It means literally nothing. Okay, but are they eating the like button? As they should. As they should be. As they should be. Okay. But yeah, I did a whole lot of digging into the series. I know other people have talked about this before, but I just wanted to, I just took some time, and the more I looked, the absolute crazier this story got. And the more things that were out there, because every single talking head conservative, every conservative pundit and their 4chan mom have hopped onto this Springfield story and are posting the craziest things possible. It is ridiculous. It is completely ridiculous. But I guess we'll get into it, right? Even wannabe Springfield YouTubers wearing BBC t-shirts have even hopped into the mix. It's crazy. It makes me sad and angry, as it should. As it should. But let me do one more once over. Because I have a whole Google Doc right now that I'm looking at with all the links that I have, and boy, is this one linky? Is this one linky shit? I'm gonna be real with you. This is a lot. Okay. Chad, are you ready? Are you ready? Let's hop into it. I know everybody here remembers the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And one thing that I know you'll never forget was Donald Trump's comment about what migrants were doing, what they were doing in Springfield. Now, we all saw this. I laughed when I heard it, and a lot of other people did too. Here's even a video when it happened live. Where were you when Donald Trump said what the migrants were doing in Springfield.
Talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the people that lives there. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. That's what Donald Trump said about what he called illegal migrants in Springfield, Ohio, who moved there and have begun eating the pets of the people that live there, is what he claimed on the debate stage. Afterwards, the other conservative talking heads went on to agree that they also believe that pet eating migrants were running amok in Ohio, and they became even more specific when they said pet eating Haitian illegal migrants were eating people's pets, and the geese straight from the lake as well was happening. And I thought that this story was crazy, but the more I looked into it, the crazier and sadder and sadly more predictable it got. So let's talk about it a little bit. Where did this even come from? Let's talk a little bit about Springfield. Springfield is a town in Ohio. All right. It's in Clark County, Ohio. It's just northeast of Cincinnati and close to Columbus as well. It's about near Dayton in the southwestern part of Ohio. And the story of Springfield, the story of many small Rust Belt Midwestern towns these days, where it is slowly dying after the manufacturing boom and after America switched from being a manufacturing to a service-based economy, where over time jobs were leaving, people were leaving, they were inundated with drugs and crime, and this town was slowly withering away. And to prove that, since 1960 to 2014, Springfield, Ohio dropped over 20,000 people that were living there. It went from about a town of 80,000 people down to a town of 58,000 people and dropping every single year. And as Springfield, as well as the rest of Ohio and many parts of the Midwest, were dying and rotting away, the officials in Springfield wanted to do something about it. They didn't want their town to die and disappear. They wanted to fix it. And so they sprung into action. After the pandemic, and after we were starting to come out from the pandemic, they wanted jobs to come back to Springfield. They didn't want this to be the end of Springfield's story in America. And so they worked with business leaders and corporations to help bring manufacturing, warehouses, and other jobs into Springfield for the first time in 50 years to help hopefully revitalize the town. And it worked. It worked out perfectly. How many manufacturing, factory, warehouse, and then after that, service jobs started to make their way into Springfield, and many companies were starting to invest into Springfield, its infrastructure, and its people. And that was amazing. That's something many towns in the Midwest cannot say have happened. And those leaders did a great job. But there was one problem. Even though there were more jobs now in Springfield, the business owners realized one thing: they had nobody to work there. Springfield, once again, had been dropping so many people. The brain drain had been insane to larger cities like Dayton and Columbus and Cincinnati, where Springfield is situated within, that they've completely lost a lot of their workforce and their prime working age people. And many of the people who still live there also suffer from many issues that wreak havoc on Midwestern and old manufacturing based economy cities and states, like drug issues, heroin, cocaine, crime, mental illness, chronic diseases. And so a lot of those people who are in working ages there still just couldn't work. And so they had another problem. They had no workers for the jobs that they finally brought back to the city. And so what did they do? They sent out another SOS call, and this SOS call was for people, working class people who wanted a job, who wanted low rent, low cost of living, jobs with a decent pay in a relatively small city, and miraculously, it worked. It worked again. Springfield, Ohio, not only saw many jobs coming back to their city, they also saw many people coming to their city. Almost 20,000 people coming to the city as well. And the people who we're going to be talking about today, who are part of that 20,000, are immigrants, Haitian immigrants. Now, some of these people are just of Haitian descent. Some of these people are on a program that's called TPS. It's temporary protective status. It is a status made by Bush, the Bush in the early 2000s, for people who come from economies and countries that are suffering massive political and economic turmoil, for them to work in the U.S. and, you know, be able to have a life, right? Now, that's where some of those people came from. But you're going to hear a lot of people say that everybody who moved, the 20,000 people who moved to Springfield, are all immigrants. That's not true. They're going to tell you that all of them are Haitians. That's not true. And they're going to tell you that they're all illegal. That's also not true. So all of the big things about the people who live there and who move there being illegal migrant Haitians, for one, most of them aren't Haitians. None of them are illegal. And a lot of them migrated there for work, and that's what they found. And that's exactly what they found. But not only did they find work, but they also found community. Not only were these Haitians who moved to Springfield, Ohio, filling up jobs that needed to be worked at, but they also filled up churches, but they also filled up churches that were just bleeding worshipers for 40 years.
Springfield's a small blue-collar city with a familiar story. Much of the factory work left decades ago, and the residents followed. A community of more than 80,000 emptied out to less than 60. That is, until the last few years.
Our churches, we see new people.
In the pews?
Yes, absolutely.
Wes Babian was the pastor at First Baptist Church for almost 20 years.
For years, we've lost people, but you hope somebody else will come and take their place. That hasn't happened here.
Until now.
Because there are folks from Haiti who are coming to church.
There's folks from Haiti that are coming to church. Yes, that's because Haiti is a country where over 90% of the population considers themselves Catholic. Actually, my bad. Over 90% of the population considers themselves Christian, and a large part of those consider themselves Catholic, specifically. The rest are Protestant or some other denomination. Keep that in mind when we start talking about Haitians and what conservatives have been saying about these people. Not only have they been people who engage in their community, the community of Springfield, Ohio, on the spiritual level, they also became model workers that some of the business owners have said they haven't seen since they moved jobs into the city.
Amy McGregor is the CEO of McGregor Metal, which makes welded parts for the auto and farm industries. Right now, about 10% of his workforce is Haitian, over 30 employees.
I wish I had 30 more. Our Haitian associates come to work every day. They don't have a drug problem. They'll stay at their machine. They'll achieve their numbers. They are here to work. And so in general, that's a stark difference from what we're used to in our community.
Okay, well, I will say, incredible gut punch to Ohioans, okay? We joke about Ohioans, but that's kind of crazy. They don't do drugs. They come to work on time. They get their work done. That's something that... How in the world can you expect Ohioans to keep up with this unfair level of competition by the Haitian migrants? How in the world can we expect Ohioans to live up to this? Come on. Cut me some slack. Cut me some slack. Come on. You give them a break, man. Right? Give them a break. But they did a whole lot. They did a whole lot for this city so far. Before anything that we're going to be talking about here in a moment started to transpire. But let me show you how these conservatives started acting when it came to this guy, the CEO in Springfield, because I've actually been showing you posts that were posted by a Twitter Nazi account that were posted specifically to show other Nazis and other conservatives how bad and how terrible the like priests and the business owners are treating the people of Springfield, Ohio, compared to the migrants, I guess. Because this is what he had to say. This factory owner in Springfield is the face of evil. I mean, he is an owner of a factory, so I'm not partial to him personally, but the face of evil is crazy. He shits on the locals, mocking their drug addiction and hopes Haitians flood the town even more. Like, dude, remember how I joked about how it's crazy how Ohioans are forced to compete with the level of competition of not having a drug addiction and coming to work on time? These guys actually believe that. They actually believe that they shouldn't have to compete with workers who aren't addicted to drugs, apparently, right? But they were getting cooked a little bit. You're just mad because he told the truth about workers. Maybe don't take opiates. I'm not here to shit on people who have drug addictions, but I will say, from the people of the party of self responsibility, being like, I can't believe that people who are addicted to drugs have to compete in the workforce with people who aren't is quite a take. I'm going to be honest. That's not even a take that I've given personally. Look at this. We're going to have Nuremberg-style trials for these people when we win. This guy has a Trump hat on in his picture. 37,000 followers. And he wants to hang business owners and priests who allow migrants to work and worship in their churches and in their businesses. What? Yes, they want this guy killed. He just likes that he barely has to pay them. Just so you know, these workers in this factory are making $19 an hour, which is a pretty decent wage for some buttfuck nowhere dying town in Ohio. I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of people in Ohio would be very happy with a $19 an hour job. I'm going to be real with you. It's actually quite good pay. Not only that, that's their starting pay, and they move up from there. Let's go. No, they actually don't. They actually don't pay them that poorly. I'll take people who are probably Jewish for $800. You'd be surprised how good importing slaves is for business. Wonder how much Fed government funding he gets per Haitian employee. Just absolutely incredibly just wild stuff coming from these people for absolutely no reason. They're simply just working. What's the problem with them? They're black. They're migrants. They're migrants who are black. And they're migrants who are black, and they hate that. They absolutely hate that. But for everything that they could possibly say about these migrants, they have done absolutely nothing bad to Cincinnati, Ohio. They've done absolutely nothing bad to Springfield, Ohio, that anybody who isn't like an absolute insane person would have a problem with. Some people talk about the crime in Springfield, Ohio, and how it's going up. Let me tell you about something. The crime in Springfield, Ohio, like many of these dying Midwestern towns, is horrible. Springfield, I hate to say it, is a shithole. It is. I'm sorry. I hate to be the one to tell it, but it really is. Springfield has one of the highest crime rates in the entire country. The highest in Ohio as well. Springfield, if you can just take a look here. Take a look. Just look at this. Look at the crime rate in Springfield, Ohio, right? It is worse than almost every other place in America. The violent crime rate is way above the US average. Every single crime category is way higher in Springfield, Ohio than it was at any point in time in the US for the last 40 years. right? And I want to show, and so they'll say that this, oh, it's them filthy, dirty blacks who moved into Cincinnati, I keep saying Cincinnati, who moved into Springfield, who did this. But let me show you something incredibly interesting. This is the crime index for Springfield, okay? This is where crime was from 2005. These were really high crime years. But then around 2010, 2012, it hovers around 700 per capita crimes. And this is down here, the green is US average. The purple here is Springfield. As you can see, Springfield has had a horrible crime rate. Even when it was like 80, 70, 80, 90% white. It's had a horrible crime rate for a long time, and it hasn't changed for decades. And then the pandemic hit. So obviously crime rate went down, as it did across the entirety of the US. The crime rate went down. And now around 2017, 2018 is when a lot of migrants and a lot of other workers started to move into the city. Some of those Haitian migrants are on that temporary protective status. Most of them actually aren't. A lot of them are actually people who migrated not from Haiti, but from Florida and other places in other places in the Sun Belt. You know, places actually closer to Haiti. You know, like the East Coast, who moved inland for better jobs and a lower cost of living, because the coast is absolutely terrible when it comes to those two things, right? And so ever since COVID restrictions lifted, and as we started to get back into the economy, the American crime rate has continued to go down. Well, Springfield has continue to go back up to its normal pre-pandemic levels. Does this look like an insane crime rate jump to you, or does this look like a city that's starting to get back to where it always has, filled with drugs and property crime? That's just a normal Springfield thing. But you would expect, if 20,000 evil, pet-eating, violent, third-world, subhuman monsters moved into Springfield, that the crime rate, and they have been since 2017, the crime rate would have been ballooning way past anything the city has ever seen. But it's still below a lot of pre-pandemic levels of crime. It's crazy how that works, isn't it? It's absolutely wild. So the migrants and the Haitians are not to blame for the crime rate in Ohio, in Springfield. That's just how Springfield is. But that won't stop them from hating on these people. Now, where did their hate for? Now, they hate these Haitian immigrants, and they're telling a bunch of crazy stories about them. But this didn't start recently. Obviously, these conservatives have hated immigrants just in general, as long as they're not white. But the specific hatred for and bigotry towards Haitians is something that's been cooking up for some time now. Elon Musk and his friends, yes, Elon Musk is in this too, has been spreading hateful, bigoted conspiracy theories about Haitians for the last couple of years now. And earlier this year, Elon and other conservative talking heads started circulating a story about how cannibal Haitians have made their way into the US, and Haiti has fallen into a failed state, not because the way that world powers have treated it the same way Zeus has treated, like the world powers treated Haiti the same way Zeus in Greek stories treats like a human woman that he recently sexually assaulted. Okay, obviously it has nothing to do with that, and the fact that they have no arable farming land anymore and get hit with massive earthquakes and other natural disasters constantly, making it almost impossible for them to have a working civilization at the moment. Obviously, it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with how there's low IQ subhuman monsters, obviously, who are invading our country and eating people, because that's what they do, because they're stinky, evil, cannibal human eating blacks who are invading our country. That's what Elon and his friends believe. And so they were primed for some time to hate Haitians. And when Haitians and other immigrants move to the town, obviously there are some growing pains when a town grows so quickly, as Springfield did. Nobody's going to sit here and tell you that Springfield didn't grow incredibly quickly. It absolutely did. But as those growing pains happen, and as we become more stratified as a people, and we're way more likely to be scared of our neighbors rather than want to integrate and understand and make them a part of our lives, as problems arise, people always look for someone to blame. And that's what happened in Springfield. And the discontent that the people who lived in Springfield previously, before workers moved in to help revitalize the town, was growing and growing. And the issues that they had with the Haitian population that moved in, because not only of their cultural differences, as in they speak French and they're literally black, and they move from and they're from like another part of like not only the country, since they lived in Florida, but many of them are from that protective status. So many of them have come from Haiti as well. It grew and grew. Sorry, Creole. It's a version of French, but yes, they speak Creole. Sorry. It grew and grew until it reached a breaking point, and that it did. And last year, that breaking point revealed itself in a deadly car crash involving a school bus. And so what happened is that a Haitian driver accidentally crossed a double-laned road and was involved in a head-on collision with a school bus. And an 11-year-old boy was ejected from the window, and the bus literally landed on the kid, killing him instantly, right? And obviously this was horrible. It's a horrible situation. The driver was charged. The case is still going on at the moment. But now we have a dead kid, right? And that's prime. We have a dead kid and a powder keg of grievances from people in the community who are angry with rents going up because more people are living there, harder time to get jobs because there's more competition, increasing in prices because like inflation has gone up, and not only in the town but also just generally. It's just a powder keg of grievances, and this is what made it explode. And this is when hate and bigotry for the Haitian population started to manifest in the way that we see it today when this accident happened. When this accident happened, yeah, the reaction to the family was demonic, but we'll get into that. We'll get into that in a little bit. Right? Now let's go over something really quick. I want to, unfortunately, my highlights, because I highlighted this stuff, and so I had some parts that were highlighted, but unfortunately, it deleted. I have no clue why, but unfortunately, it did. So we can't see. So it's gonna take me just a little second to get back to the parts that I wanted to read. So give me a second. The Haitians had social security numbers and work permits, thanks to a federal program offering them temporary protection status in the U.S. Some had been living for years in Florida, where there was a thriving Haitian community. McGregor Metal, a family-owned metal business in Springfield, makes car parts for trucks and tractors for even companies like Toyota. And so this is where we were talking about as well. But I don't really want to hear about this guy specifically. I want to hear about the Haitians. He started at McGregor. So I want to talk about the Haitians specifically. Mr. Compere, who arrived in the United States in 2013, for years earned his keep shuttling workers between the tomato fields in Florida and Georgia. Then some friends who had moved to Springfield urged him to come give it a try. He started at McGregor in June 2021 and making $19 an hour, not slave wages like the Nazis want you to believe, with a 401k and healthcare insurance. Dude, a random Ohioan living in some backwater bullshit Bufu, Egypt town in the middle of Ohio would kill for a job like this. Are you serious? Health insurance, a 401k, and making $19 an hour? Are you crazy? Yes, these people are getting good jobs. These are pretty decent jobs. Better than me. I don't get health insurance. I don't even have health insurance. Okay, I don't have health insurance, right? He has been able to buy a house in Miami, which he rents out. This guy's living the American dream. He's become a fucking landlord. He's gone from Haitian migrant escaping brutal gangs to to landlord in Miami, Florida. In Springfield, he shares a house with 3 other Haitian men who together who together paid $2,400 in rent. Yeah, so they split $2,400 in rent. This guy's living the dream. He's loaded. He's a landlord in Miami, Florida, and he lives with 3 other guys splitting a $2,400 $2,400 a month rent. You crazy? Are you serious? And so he was asked about the criticism that people have towards the Haitian community ever since ever since things blew up. And he said, we can't say anything. The Americans are, I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's a French word meaning in their home. Basically what he's saying is that this absolutely humble man who's having like racist epithets thrown at him is like, listen, I understand how it can be, hard for them. We're in their home. We're in their home. I couldn't even find myself being this nice. The absolute humility in these people. Once again, these people are like pretty Christian. These guys go to the churches that Ohioans have left empty. They work the jobs that they're not working. You're a better person than I am, right? He said, we pay bills and taxes like everybody else. And as they do, they have social security numbers. They're not illegal immigrants and they do good work. They become model workers. I can tell you Daniel's a really good worker. He works as many hours as he can get. We, the Americans, are just a little jealous of him. One person who works there says, but there are also other problems as well, where since there's so many people coming in, and many of them are also Haitians. Sheu is the pronunciation. Thank you. It's Sheu. Thank you. I had a feeling it was something like that, but I didn't want to try. Now it's not only the job market that is ballooned, but it's also the schools, right? These Haitian migrants, these other workers who moved in, they absolutely have kids, and those kids need to go to school, right? And now, since different grades are everywhere, it's difficult sometimes to integrate some of these kids. Some of these kids really only speak Creole at home, and it's difficult to get them into a classroom and integrated where now they have to speak English, right? And that can be kind of difficult. One teacher said we lost productivity. We had a burnout in staff. Right, and that doesn't make it any easier that Ohio is one of these conservative states that has been having a war on teachers and teachers unions, making it much harder for teachers to get the resources that they need to teach our children and get classes working the way that they should. Right, it makes it very difficult for that to happen, and so now their expenditures have gone up. Right, and so now they need help from the state level, and the state has. Once again, it's a conservative state, so it's basically dysfunctional. It runs worse than Haiti. Conservative state governments run worse than the Haiti government, okay? And so now it's hard for them to get the resources that they need to bring teachers in and bring translators in and people who can teach English to help some of these kids, right? And the different grade levels are different as well. They talked about how there was one 16-year-old boy who was in a class, I believe of like 5th graders or 6th graders, something like that, because that's where they kind of determined where he would begin, and they started trying to move him through the education system as fast as possible. But it can be difficult, and so now all the schools have some trouble with getting people in and helping people work because things are ballooning and we have people from different languages. It's normal things that we would imagine that we should be able to take care of as the richest country in the world, that it has been looked over, that has been neglected. And this is another grievance that people who lived in Springfield have before the Haitian migrants moved in. So, and now there's another grievance that they have. Just add it to the list of grievances, okay? This is going to help shape how we got to this big mess as we're building up to it. So this is another grievance, the grievance with the problem in the schooling districts as well, and how the schools have found it very difficult to be able to bring people in and teach effectively as well, right? On July 8th, Mr. Heck, the city manager, cited the arrivals in a letter to the leaders of the Senate Banking Committee requesting federal help. He copied Senator Vance. The next day, in the committee meeting, Mr. Vance questioned Jerome Powell. So now, something wild, okay, is that this city manager was like, hey, my fucking senator, could you help us, please? Could you help us, please, make sure that we can, so we can, like, you know, run a functional city? We're your constituents. Please help us. In response to that, this is what JD Vance got that email, didn't do anything to help, but then went on a random screed about how dirty Haitian migrants have started to destroy the beautiful town of Springfield, Ohio.
It to you because I didn't believe it when I first heard about it. But in the last 4 years, thanks to Joe Biden's open border policies, the city of Springfield has gone from 55,000 residents to 75,000 residents. The 20,000 resident delta is almost all recent Haitian immigrants. Okay?
Not true.
In a small town of Ohio, 20,000 people. Now go to Springfield, go to Clark County, Ohio, and ask the people there whether they have been enriched by 20,000 newcomers in 4 years. Housing is through the roof. Middle-class people in Springfield who've lived there sometimes for generations cannot afford a place to live. A third, I heard this yesterday, a third of the local county health budget is now tied up in giving free benefits to illegal immigrants.
Now, mind you, once again, they're not illegal. And so that email that he was referring to was the email from that city manager asking JD Vance to help. But instead, he used it as a cudgel against the migrant population instead of doing anything to help the residents of Springfield, Ohio to get the resources that they need to be able to run a functional city. He just shat on them and then moved on. He used it as an epic own against brown immigrants and then just moved on, and he didn't care. He really just didn't care. It's crazy. It's absolutely wild. This is an issue that can be fixed with funding and investment in communities to make sure that they can build into thriving places where people want to live. But instead, he used it to divide and distract from real problems in Springfield. And so that hate that he then, gas that he threw onto the fire helped explode and led to protests some protests in Springfield, where there are some people who are now opposing people even moving, specifically Haitians moving in. They want like a racial ban on Haitians, a racial and ethnic ban on Haitians coming into the city now, like stopping them from even moving in, right? And all of these people are legal, okay? And once again, a lot of them are from Florida. They're not crazy. Listen, if you're mentioning something that happened recently, we're working up to it, okay? We're starting from the back and we're working our way up, okay? Don't stress it. We're moving in chronological order. We're moving in chronological order at the moment. And so things started to blow up. Haitians are occupying our land, one middle-aged woman said, warning that immigrants would soon become the majority and run everyone out of town. She said they had low IQs. Speakers claimed without evidence that Haitians were responsible for drug trafficking, retail theft, and disease. Not one person asked anyone in this community how we felt about them coming here and invading our city, said one resident, Mike Powell. Jorge Mori, a child of Japanese immigrants, was among a handful of residents who lauded the Haitians. He scolded the mayor. He scolded the mayor and the city manager for whipping up mass hysteria during a recent appearance on Fox and Friends, in which they had blamed President Biden's policies for the Haitians taxing their city. There was a time not too long ago when we were a dying city, hemorrhaging people in jobs to other places, and the good Lord heard our prayers and brought us a gift of the Haitian immigrant community, he said. The drama had not been confined to the city commission. as well. On a recent Saturday, about a dozen Nazi sympathizers, masked men, marched in red shirts and black pants and boots, waved swastikas as they marched down, in downtown Springfield near a jazz festival. At least two men, who authorities said were outsiders, carried rifles. They said, as well, and so it begins, and so the hatred of the Haitian community begins, and it only starts to spiral. So not only were those Nazis there in Springfield to show their discontent, their good faith criticisms of Haitian people moving to their community, right? Another guy also decided to bless the Springfield City Council with his presence. A man who goes by the name of Nate Higgers.
Nathaniel Higgers of Blood Tribe. I was at the head of the anti-Haitian immigration march earlier this month. I'm sure the Honorable Mr. Rob Rue recognizes me, considering he supposedly knew of our action before.
Even his name sounds like a slur. That you're a real insightful one, aren't you? You be listening, don't you?
We even arrived.
He's a literal Nazi. He marched with swastikas.
First of all, I would like to dispel the myth that you knew of our march and intentionally had no reaction or made no forewarning about it as a preventative measure.
Right. So, very curious. Nate Higgers came on to talk about. Oh no. Nate Higgers from Blood Pride came to talk about how unfortunate it is that these Haitian migrants have come to this town. Someone said that his name sounds like a slur. That's a very curious thing for you to say. Because it does indeed sound like a slur, doesn't it? It's almost like the reason for why that is because that's not actually his name. His real name is Drake Barrentes of Ohio, who only named himself Nate Higgers for obvious reasons. And yes, he is a neo-Nazi from Ohio who went to Springfield specifically to do a Nazi march and to spark hatred against the Haitian community there. This is one of the people who were seen as the good faith Springfield residents who are just so scared about the Haitians in their community. He's in the military. He was in the military. But yes, no, actual unironic swastika waving, goose stepping neo-Nazi instead of a somehow good faith person in this as well. And then obviously after all of this, Donald Trump decides to, if you remember, he helped start all of this. He decided to double down once again and throw more fuel on the fire against the Haitian immigrant population in Springfield.
Haitians, and he came in, illegal Haitian migrants, taking over a beautiful place. It was so beautiful. Springfield, Ohio. I was there. I campaigned there a while ago. Springfield, it was so beautiful. Now it's just, what a place. Can you imagine you have this small little community, all of a sudden you have 20,000 illegals in your community. Nobody knows where they come from. I'm angry about young American girls being raped and sodomized and murdered by savage criminal aliens.
So I'm going to tell you, if anything happens to those Haitian migrants, if anything happens to those Haitians that live anywhere in the country, Donald Trump should be brought to explain himself to The Hague. Okay? This is the type of language that would get you a sentence in the ICJ. My bad, in the ICC. This is program language. Yes, it is. It is program language. He's trying to spark a sort of crystal knock. And later in this talk, it seems like he might have gotten exactly what he wished for. On top of this, things started to spread online about the Haitian migrants as well. That idea of them having low IQ started to spring forth as well. This whole think piece, 36,000 likes, 8.9 million views on Twitter. The average, Haiti has an average IQ of 67. Let's talk about what that means. And basically he means that they're all like incredibly low IQ, basically, and like one step above like your average dog, sort of just like terrible people who need to not be brought into not to be brought into the United States, basically, right? Because absolutely hateful, insane stuff going on with this as well. And there was also I would like to talk about one guy who was also at this this city council meeting that happened recently, who conservatives are holding up as like proof that this is really happening in Springfield. His name is Anthony Harris. Take a listen to this.
I think it's like kind of odd that like a guy like me has to come out from doing what I do on a daily basis to have fun, because I see what's going on in these streets, and I see you guys just sitting up there in them comfy chairs and suits, and I'm getting out here every day and I'm broadcasting this, and you guys are just sitting up there in suits or something. Like, I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into, they flipping cars in the middle of the street. And I don't know how, like, y'all can be comfortable with this. Like, I don't know, like, who's getting paid from this. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background. You got a bunch of people on a bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there.
Okay, who cares? Another Nazi. Now, this guy, his name is Anthony Harris, okay? And I actually found him on Facebook. This guy is a wannabe influencer who's wearing his own merch right now. He's a really shitty YouTuber at that. He's like one of those trying to be on the street.
Her ex dies and she cry. What you gonna do?
Oh, it's over. She can go meet that nigga. She obviously missed that nigga. So
you got a girlfriend.
So, yeah.
All right, bet. What time does clock say?
Incredible content, right? So this guy has been spending his time in Springfield. This guy had been trying to get a big break as a Springfield YouTuber for quite some time now. It didn't really work out, but he finally got what he was looking for when it came to the Haitian immigrant population in Springfield, where he found out that he could travel around Springfield and record car crashes and blame them on Haitian migrants who've come, because his claim was that Haitians don't know how to drive, and the Haitians in the community are ruining the community because they don't know how to drive, and they're running into trash cans and buildings and people, and they're killing everyone. They're killing everything in town. Joe Biden is giving them free cars to kill us with, and none of them have ever even attempted to drive before. They're too stupid to even know how to drive. So he's become popular on Facebook and has been picked up by right-wing content creators as a reliable source for what's going on in Springfield, Ohio, and the crimes that the Haitian community has been inflicting on Springfielders in this time. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. But in that video, he was wearing his own merch. He was wearing his own merchandise that he'd been trying to sell off of getting popular, which is Anthony Harris on the front with BBC on the back, and that's supposed to stand for Better Black City, is what his claim was. Very hilarious, incredibly hilarious guy, you see. Very, very, very funny boy. British Broadcasting Channel, so true. I'll shout everybody out once we are done. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you all for the support. Thank you. So obviously this guy's completely insane, right? Come on. Now. The reason why I brought this guy up, okay, is because he was actually brought up by a ginger Nazi Russian asset guy. Remember how many conservatives were busted for actually being paid Russian assets to destabilize the United States with like culture war bullshit. This guy, one of these guys, actually is in the epicenter. Yeah, Tenet Media. One of these guys is actually in the epicenter of this whole thing, right? This Taylor Hansen ginger Nazi boy. So he actually went to Springfield to interview that guy, the BBC guy that we just saw. But he also went on to Steven Crowder's to spread even more stochastic terrorism against Haitians. Take a listen to this.
Feel betrayed and
mocked by the Democrat Party as a punchline.
Well, the residents feel betrayed, and just like you said, they feel mocked and made fun of, and they feel like the city councilmen, the police, that nobody has their backs. I've talked to, countless citizens out here, and they all say the same thing. I ask them if they feel like they're being treated like second-class citizens, and a lot of them feel like they're being treated even worse than second-class citizens. The Haitians are getting priority on insurance, they're getting priority on everything. They're somehow getting driver's licenses, even though they don't actually have legal citizenship in this country, and then getting in car accidents multiple times a day, therefore skyrocketing their insurance rates up. So the Haitians aren't being affected negatively by this. They're coming here, they're getting EBT cards, they're clearing out the Walmarts, so now locals can't shop. They're roaming the streets at night. The crime rates are skyrocketing, and now locals are just pissed off. And you can never look at local authorities. As a reporter, I've learned this time and time again. They lie to cover themselves up. This is exactly what they do. Look at what they did in Aurora, Colorado. I've done extensive reporting on the immigration crisis all around the country.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, they're getting jobs, they're working, they're buying things from Walmart. Horrible things these Haitians are doing, isn't it? Yeah, and you don't need to be a citizen to be a driver's license, but we'll touch on the driver's license stuff here in a bit.
San Antonio PD I exposed for quite literally taking time and a half money for, this is a police department. New York City, they're being posted Ridge, and I see so many parallels from Colony Ridge, Texas to what's going on here in Springfield, Ohio. They don't have licenses. When they get in car accidents as citizens, there's no repercussions for them. They're not going to jail. They're not getting tickets. They're just being let off.
Yeah, and that's an interesting parallel because, people say, oh, no, this isn't true. Well, hold on a second. Let's use New York City as an example because there are Haitians, obviously, in New York City as well. Little Italy exists. It used to exist. It's kind of a tourist attraction now, but in New York, right? It was, hey, this is where all they kind of look.
Let's get forward just a little bit.
It's that much of a leap. It was something that we always knew to be true. And I wanted to ask,
with my life, ordering lifts out here on
Mr. Redbeard,
and basically gambling with my life. I like to preface it this way: I have been basically gambling with my life, ordering lifts out here on a daily basis because I decided not to rent a car.
Oh boy!
And bad decision.
Yeah.
Mr.
Redbeard. 4 out of 4
of the lifts that I've had, yes, have all been Haitian immigrants. None of them have spoken English except one spoke broken English. And the last lift that I took yesterday, thankfully, people, after they realized I was taking lifts, were like, dude, let us give you rides. Yeah. And the last lift that I took yesterday was a Haitian immigrant, did not speak any English, and she had her e-brake on while we were driving around town to our location. So I'm about to order one here after the show because I'm going to go check out the DMV and some car dealerships. And
wow. So how dare Haitian immigrants... The fact that a city so shitty in buttfuck nowhere as Springfield, Ohio, even has a lift service is wild. Let me tell you, I live in a pretty small town. We don't have Lyft. I cannot Uber or Lyft anywhere. Okay, if I don't have a car, I don't go anywhere. I can't even use Lyft. I would love some immigrants to come here so I can like do like Lyft or Uber every now and again. You don't? No, I live in a little town in I live in a little town in Kentucky, bro. We do not have Uber or Lyft. No, nobody's driving people places. No, that's not happening. So nothing happened to him? Yes. Nothing happened to him. Even though it would have been, I'll say, interesting if he would have experienced one of those deadly Haitian car crashes. You know, I'm not. You know, I just think it would have been interesting, but no, he didn't. Literally nothing happened to him. Apparently, one of the Lyft drivers had their e-brake on while they were driving for a bit, and that was it. Whew, horrible mistake. The Uber driver almost ran a red light. Wow. He must have been scared for his life, huh? Lady, did you finish the desk? No. Sweetum, what happened? You need my help? Is that bad? Oh, damn. Guys, remember how I said I had to ditch my girlfriend to stream today? She is now she's been angry with me because I did. And also, she did not, I was helping her fix her desk and, put together her desk, and we have not finished her desk yet. Did you get kind of far with it? Oh, like that second table that didn't go in still? No? Mm-hmm. Oh, the monitorizer. Okay. All right. I'll help her in a bit. Don't worry. I'm not going to neglect my girlfriend that bad. Don't worry, chat. Wow, kisses. I'm proud of you, though. You did really well. I know it's hard. So, you did a good job. She said she's going to strangle me, chat. Chat, help me. Chat, help me. Help me. Help. Please, I'm begging you, chat. Somebody's going to do something. Someone's gonna freaking do something, bang, please. One moment, I'm looking for one thing that he said because it makes me very curious what his thoughts are on the age of consent.
Don't want to talk about.
Oh, that's not it.
Of cats, but yeah, the geese, and yeah, the crashing into school buses, and yeah, the crime. All of that is verifiable, even when the powers that be. I don't know if you know this.
None of that is verifiable. Man, where is this? Yeah, here we go. Yes, found it. Yes, finally. Got it. Listen to this.
Significantly from Snyder Park, but it goes so much deeper than that with the insurance rates. I mean, you have literal adults in the school system here with underage children. I mean,
so this claim specifically, adults in school with underage children. That was his claim. Now, what's the idea that pops up in your head when you hear adults in school with underage children? Okay. Your idea is like, specifically talking about like the Haitians. I would imagine like what you would, for one, a teacher. Yeah. Like obviously I would hope that adults are in school while children were there, actually, personally. Like 18-year-olds. Yeah. Minimum. Maybe like that guy who was working at that factory is sitting in like 3rd grade or something, learning how to spell. You know what he was actually referring to? The only story, I was looking at for this for 2 days. The only story that I could find about this was not like a grown adult man, like somebody who's like mid-20s, 30s or something in school with like little kids. It was actually a 16-year-old. That's what I was referring to earlier. It was a 16-year-old boy who was in school. This guy considers a 16-year-old child a man, a grown adult man, who's dangerous to be around underage children because he's scared, apparently, what a 16-year-old will do to a 9-year-old, I guess? So a student, yes, just like If a 16-year-old is an adult, then yeah, it's very curious what he thinks the age of consent is. That he thinks like a 16-year-old needs to be segregated for like safety purposes from like 13-year-olds or something. It's very weird. It's because the kid is black. Yes, it's the like adultification of black children, making them seem like they're older and more dangerous than they actually are, when he's referring to a 16-year-old child when he's talking about this. This is the only story I was able to find. It was the only story I was even able to find on his own Twitter account, where he's posting all this stuff as well. Nowhere else has anybody ever said anything similar to this at all. So yeah, he's just a guy who believes 16-year-olds are grown adults, apparently. Maybe he wants one too. I don't know. Maybe he's in Springfield to look for a cute little 16-year-old Springfield bride to bring home. Who knows? Really weird stuff. So on top of that, things started to go wild. If you think things didn't go wild yet, let me tell you, I haven't even gotten to the insanity part of this Google Doc yet. So this has gone bad. And it started to bleed into even CNN as well, where a guy even stopped himself from even distancing himself for the insane racist conspiracy theories against Haitians, even on CNN.
When he said that, he wasn't being sarcastic, he wasn't being hyperbolic, he was amplifying a conspiracy theory that I think you would agree puts a target on the back of Haitian immigrants, and that it is based on racism. Would you agree on that?
Anti-black racism will be more pointed.
Do you think that if there were 20,000 Scandinavians that had been sent to Springfield, people would be saying that they're eating cats and dogs and geese?
I'm not going to answer for him, for his memes or anything else.
Memes. These are not memes. It's called stochastic terrorism, and it's not funny. He couldn't get himself because he just stayed quiet. He stayed quiet. And yes, obviously Fox News picked this up as well. Look at this horrible testimony from this. Look at this horrible testimony from this beleaguered, dilapidated, disgruntled, and disgusted Springfield, Ohio resident who claimed that blacks moving into her city has turned it into a dystopian nightmare that she wishes to wake up from. I'm not joking.
30 years and says it's no longer feels like job has been taken as well. What is life like there now?
It's like living in a dystopian nightmare. You hope you wake up and it's 2019 again, and then you realize it's 2024, and it's the same thing over and over again, day after day. It's hard sometimes to get up in the morning and hear residents that I've known for years struggle. This is a paycheck to paycheck kind of town, working class, and the citizens that depend on our social services, like healthcare, a rocking horse, going down to the Social Security office for benefits, are waiting in line, and they're not getting the services they need. And it breaks my heart to see people that I taught and their children experiencing this.
So this seems like what you actually need is a betterment and an improvement of your social services. Wow, I'm so glad that this conservative living in Springfield, Ohio is voting for a party that definitely would like to improve social services, the social safety net, and the welfare state to make sure that people don't fall through the cracks. Oh, I'm very happy for her. I'm sure things are going to get better soon. And nightmare of blacks. And not only that, there are other now shitty YouTube journalists like Tyler Oliveira, who also jumped onto this absolute mess and came out with something that blew my mind and everybody else's mind who still has one throughout the situation. And he found a guy in Springfield who had a crazy story as definite evidence of the cat story. About Haitian immigrants. Some of you may have seen this, some of you haven't, but it surely is something. Take a look at this.
We've lost a whole bunch of cats. There was a van pulled over that had over 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said they was eating them.
Actually?
Yeah.
Not fake news.
Not fake news.
Definitely not fake news. So there was a van full of Haitians full of cats that was pulled over, and they told the police they were eating the cats. So over in this small town in Springfield, they were driving around with over 100 cats in a van. Did he file a police report? No, he's saying that the police stopped them. That the police were like, oh my gosh, like cats were like coming out of the windows and everything. And the police were like, oh my God, look, he's full of cats. And so they stopped him. And then he was there watching the whole time, and he saw them open the door and the pile of cats like fall out. And the guy was like, hello, Mr. Police Officer. I have done nothing wrong. I am here to eat your cats. I am a Haitian from Springfield. And he's like, yo, Trump was telling the truth. Did he get video of it? No. Is there a police report of it? No. Is there any documentation of this? No. Were news agencies there? No. Did the police corroborate that this happened? No. Did this guy or any of the other witnesses come out have any other documentation about this at all? A picture, a video? No. Was anybody else in this entire city able to corroborate this story as well? No. It's just some guy who said he saw a car full of 100 cats and Haitians. And this guy is like, yo, that's great. I can't believe this is true. And actual conservatives are like, can we get a fact check, ABC? What needs to get checked is your head, dog. What needs to get checked is your head.
A van was collecting cats and eating them.
I watched it happen, yeah. Watched them get pulled over with the cats and admit to the police that they was eating them.
You're not joshing with me.
No, I'm almost 50 years old, buddy.
You don't.
Nah, I don't mess around. Definitely a car with 100 cats. And I also want to talk about something as well, because some of these people don't seem as insane. They seem a bit good-natured. But this is how the insidious nature of bigotry soaks into an entire community, because these are just like large conservative accounts posting this type of stuff. And so here's another guy who claims he's from Springfield, who has another complaint about these dang migrants coming into our town. Take a listen to this.
Well, I am a resident of Springfield, Ohio, and it is not fake news. There is an issue with them because we have in our local park, they literally have ducks down there that the park takes care of, and it's where they live. And they are being killed and eaten. And as far as people's personal pets, I've heard stories, but I can't answer to that personally because I don't know.
Well, he can't answer to anything personally because he doesn't have any documentation or firsthand experience of any of this ever happening at all. So this guy, what he's referring to is that there was a call to the non-emergency line for the police, where a guy said that he saw earlier today a group of Haitians in a gray Toyota Camry hop out of their car, grab geese in the park, cut their heads off in front of children, and then hop back in the car, all four of them, and drive away with the geese that they just killed. Okay? Now, he said that happened earlier in the day. Did he take a picture? No. He said that he was rushing to get to work. But now you may be wondering, how does he even know if this even happened, if those people were even Haitian? Well, what he said was that he was able to hear them speaking Haitian, hear them speaking Creole. So that's how he knew they were actually Haitian, but he wasn't able to get a picture or video, and he called later in the day after it happened to the non-emergency line, and also it happened in front of a bunch of people, including children, and nobody caught a picture of it or video. It's great. It's very interesting how that works, don't you think? It's very, very interesting. So it's a lie? Yes, it is a lie.
But I can tell you, because this is a car channel, I do car content.
Right.
I can approach this story from the car issue, and when I say that, I mean their driving issues. I've witnessed this. They literally, and they have to have a translator wherever they go. They literally have been in the DMV where, like, I go and get my license plate renewed, and it's also where you get your license, obviously. And they literally have a translator, and they show up with a piece of paperwork that grants them driving privileges with no proof that they can actually drive, just that they're of age. It gives them driving privileges for 45 days, and in 45 days they can go back and renew it, and they never have to show proof of how competent of a driver they are. We can't do that.
He's lying. Now, if he's flabbergasted with that, he's not flabbergasted with how we treat migrants. He should be flabbergasted with his conservative state that he lives in, because Ohio is a stupid state. I hate to be the one to say it, but it's true. Now, what's he referring to? What's true and what's fake? What's true is the fact that if you live in Ohio, you don't have to show that you actually can drive to get a driver's license. Interesting, isn't it? But it's true. Take a look at this from the Ohio. Oh, whoops. Wait a second. Wait, boop, boop, boop. Here we go. My bad. Wrong Linkerino. Take a look at this. Right? But per Ohio law, anyone 18 and older does not have to go through any kind of driver training. They just need to pass a written knowledge test and skills of maneuverability behind the wheel, which means that you get behind the wheel, they say put on your seatbelt, turn the wheel left, turn the wheel right, turn your turn signals on left and right, turn your lights on, turn them off, hit the horn. And they get out, and then they give you your driver's license. The written test can be done in different languages, but the driver's instructor will only ever speak in English. So we can't do that. You can do that, actually. He just probably got his license back in like 29 or something, however old he is. So maybe he didn't, I don't know when this law was put into place, but what I do know is that, yeah, if you are in Ohio, you don't need to prove, and if you get your license above 18, you don't need to take a driver's test. You just take a written test that you know to turn left and turn right and what stop means, and then you just get your license. That's it. That's just how it works. And is that good? Is that bad? I think it seems kind of wild, but once again, that's an Ohio thing. That's not a migrant thing. Yes, you can do that. Now not only is he blaming like random bullshit on these Haitians as like eating ducks and cats or something, but he's also blaming Ohio's own shitty conservative laws on Haitians as well. Whether or not they need a translator, who cares? Who gives a shit? What I can tell you is that they're not breaking any laws and they're not being treated specially. There's no such thing as them getting special social security services. What are you talking about? What does that even mean? So all of this is completely debunked and stupid, but it doesn't stop it from coming in, and it's coming in waves. Something else that was shown as well was this crying black lady who also said that she was from Springfield, Ohio. Listen to this.
So fucking safe here, bro. Like everyone on TikTok, on Facebook, making these jokes to get everything fucking funny. Like imagine you being homeless for a whole fucking year for no fucking reason.
Well, you are homeless for a reason. It's because we don't care about our homeless population, and conservative states' rugged individualism leaves, and social Darwinism leaves people to rot, because that's their political ideology. So you are homeless for a reason, but you're not. But the reason isn't Haitians.
Like, what the fuck? This shit is not fun. This shit is not cool, bro. They really out here decapitating animals and y'all are making jokes out of it. Imagine if you went outside and you saw your dog's head decapitated on the fucking ground. Like, why are y'all thinking this shit's a joke? It's not a joke. I don't feel comfortable walking anywhere. Like,
yeah, so this girl's having a mental breakdown, okay? And then she goes on to say she is. And so I actually was like, okay, well, maybe this is something. So she says that she's seen and knows of people who've had their dogs decapitated, and it's just lying on the ground, animals killed and obliterated by these dang Haitians and what not, and that all this stuff has been happening. And so I went to her TikTok to see if I can find any evidence of it, and there isn't any. There isn't any. She posted one video that was actually from, and some of you all may have seen it. Is this video of this guy holding? Oh, my bad. Is this? So if you want to know where this like cat eating thing came from, Where it actually came from was this video from 200 miles away in Ohio, where this lady was having a mental breakdown, who was not Haitian, who was eating a cat that died, who killed and ate a cat, but then she was like taken to the hospital, obviously, and jail for what she was doing. That person was not Haitian, not an immigrant, not illegal. But the cat eating was totally illegal. But I obviously am not going to show you that video. But then that was used to say that all Haitians are actually doing that. That's not happening. It's not. There's been no videos of Haitians doing this at all, actually. And so I looked onto her channel, but no, there actually isn't anything about this whatsoever. Absolutely nothing. She tried to post some stuff though.
Everybody sitting here saying, "Oh, you just wanted to engage me. You made up a fake story for views." I never thought that I was going to go fucking viral. It was supposed to be a post and delete. Now I'm on motherfucking Twitter crying and shit. Like, y'all think I'm lying? I'm not fucking lying, bro. What do I gotta do to get y'all to... I even posted a picture of the dead fucking pig that they killed and fucking chopped off the head and took the motherfucking guts out of it, but TikTok took it down because it was too vulgar. What else y'all want me to do?
So there is a picture of a pig that has been butchered, but there's no evidence that Haitians did anything with it. It was just a pig. She just saw a picture of a pig that was butchered and she was like, holy crap. She didn't take the picture. She had no clue where the picture came from. Nothing like that at all. She has absolutely no clue at all about what happened. And so we got the cat thing down, but what about the geese? Like, they're taking the geese out of the ponds. Where did that come from? That actually came from this picture right here. This picture is of a guy who's holding a goose, right? Who looks quite dead. This guy is not Haitian. And he also didn't kill this goose. And the goose obviously is not decapitated either. Who eats pig, right? Yeah, so we got the pig to cat, the dog to goose, right? Weird, right? He didn't kill this goose, actually. He's not Haitian, but he is in Ohio. So at least they got black and Ohio correct, right? What actually happened is that the a local authority said was that the goose was hit and this guy was actually moving the carcass out of the way. The wildlife lord clarified to us, you usually need a statement and receipt from the county sheriff or wildlife officer to claim animal carcasses, but the Franklin County Wildlife office tells TMZ that the geese you don't need a receipt, so the guy was totally in the clear. So also in Ohio, you do need to get a permit to take roadkill, except for if it's geese. So these geese, there were actually 2 geese that were hit on the road and died, and he was like, yo, free food, and then took it. And now I think it's a little wild that people are getting on black people for taking roadkill, probably the most American Midwest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. When these guys were just weeks ago cheering the fact that RFK Jr. is now on their team, when RFK Jr. has actually been accused of actually unironically eating dogs, mind you, his own dog even. I just think it's weird. I just think it's a bit strange, right? A bit curious. So now that you know those things are debunked, there are car crashes in Springfield, Ohio as well, but not any more than there really used to be. And now you get posts like this from conservative organizations. Haitian motorist making illegal turn in Springfield, Ohio, smashes into mom driving with autistic daughter. What? What? So a Haitian was involved in a fender bender, and also this isn't. Look at the damage to the car. Look at the damage, dude. Look at them look at the mom standing next to the damage. What the fuck? This is the side of the car that was hit. But it's a scratch. Yes, and now this is national news to conservatives. A minor fender bender is now national news to these people. Genuinely. This is absolutely how you get hate crimes. This is how you get hate crimes. Just so you know. And look at what the guy even said. The reason why I wanted to click on this because I wanted to see this quote. Look at this quote from the guy involved in the accident, dude. I went to turn. There was an accident. That's it. Why are you asking me questions? He said. Fortunately, Schultz and her daughter were unhurt. What? What? Dude was like, why are you here? What are you talking about? Like a minor fender bender, and now fucking national news starts to descend. So what happened? Why are you Haitian? Why have you done voodoo to kill people's cats? What? It's the most nothing news story, but this is what conservatives, it's not nothing to them, because every new reason that they have to hate Haitians is incredibly useful for them. And now the claims against them get even darker as well. Not only are people claiming that the Haitians in Springfield are eating animals, but also now they're claiming that the Haitians are, oh wait, I gotta delete something really quick. Thank you, perfect. Now they're claiming that the Haitians are committing animal sacrifices with these as well. And now it's turned into a sort of religious, religious witchcraft, get satanistic, like Satan demon worshiping immigrants out of our country as well. There is no proof to any of this, that there's any animal sacrifices or anything going on with Haitians. Mind you, once again, remember in the beginning of this, I told you most Haitians are Christian, actually. But now they've turned into the voodoo line, where now they're claiming that Haitians are witchcraft practicing, demon worshiping devils who've descended upon our country and are going to destroy it with their demonic aura. And here's Tucker Carlson now giving a blood libel, like a blood libel sort of like hate speech rant on stage about why we need to start treating these people like animals.
So, it's not that the pets are being eaten, it's that they're being sacrificed, actually. That's the truth. That's the truth.
It is a lie, and you deserve to be sued for this.
We've imported a lot of people, over 5% of the population, from a country in which witchcraft is the dominant religion. And that's not a guess. I've been to that country. I know a lot of great people from that country, by the way. I'm not attacking everyone in the country at all. But the fact is that the people in question come from a country in which witchcraft is the dominant religion and in which human sacrifice is a regular occurrence. That's just a fact.
Now, it's so easy to be a conservative shitty hack who belongs in jail when you just say something that's incredibly wrong and then just say it's a fact on the end of it when it's just a lie. It's not true. Once again, most Haitians are Christian. And even Marianne Williamson hopped onto this. Yes, even Marianne Williamson hopped onto the idea that Haitians are practicing voodoo and animal sacrifices in the US. She tweeted, Haitian voodoo is real, and to dismiss the story out of hand and instead of listening to the citizens of Springfield is wrong. Ohio confirms in the minds of many voters the stereotype of Democrats as smug elite jerks who think that they're too smart to listen to anyone outside of their own silo. And then a bunch of conservatives descended upon the post like, thank you so much, Marianne Williamson. We totally need to get these fucking blacks out of our country. And she's like, whoa, wait a sec. I wasn't agreeing with you guys. I didn't say it was super real. She also needs to be thrown in. She needs to be thrown in the trash for this. It's so disgusting for you to try to give credence to one of the most like disgusting hate-filled like ideas about this entirely. There's a bunch of other stuff, but I'm going to skip a little bit here. Yes, I have even more. Don't worry, I got even more about this. They even went on to say that the Haitians are eating mud cookies, and so that's why we need to get their dirty asses out of our country. Even though, yes, there are some Haitians that eat like this food that's like fat mixed with mud because they're starving in a impoverished country. But apparently that's just what they do instead of something that's only happens when the people are impoverished for some reason. And because of all of these stories and because of all of this hate that is just formed out of this small grievance of home prices are going up and there was one car crash. Now, the city of Springfield is allegedly being put under military occupation because a couple of brown people moved into town. Yes. Mike DeWine, the Ohio governor, said that he's sending $2.5 million as well as state troopers into Springfield to apparently bring peace, when the only thing that's happening right now in Springfield to disturb the peace are bomb threats. Yep. Bomb threats are now being called into Springfield in order to disrupt and scare the Haitian community into hopefully leaving. The Springfield Hall was evacuated on Thursday morning because they got a call that there was a bomb in the building as well. And they didn't stop there either. Schools then were also evacuated because right after that, after the conservatives got their hand on it, schools were then evacuated because more bomb threats were called into almost every school in Springfield, Ohio, because brown people were allowed to have jobs and buy homes. All because of Donald Trump and literal neo-Nazi lies were thrown into the conservative zeitgeist, and now a city is in complete disarray and under military occupation, and children aren't even able to go to school. Right now, they're on day 3 of not being able to have any school because of the bomb threats that are constantly coming in. And they even moved to online classes for the foreseeable future because they are not sure if schools will ever be safe again, as long as the public eye is on the schools from the conservative media and neo-Nazis around the city, as well as one more lie that's being peddled by even JD Vance himself, is that Haitians are now bringing HIV. Yes, old, dirty HIV black immigrant conspiracies are being thrown around about Haitians, as well as, once again, even Mike DeWine, the city managers, the city councilors, all of these people have said none of these things are real, but what is real is conservative hatred. And now even the Proud Boys are marching in the streets in Springfield as sort of like old school lynch mobs walking around cities to scare black people into not moving in and moving out of town, right? And it's working. It's working to some degree. There's reports of Haitian migrants who are now scared to send their children to school. Now, obviously, they don't have to worry about that anymore because the schools are out completely now. But also the fact that they're scared to go outside now. They're scared to go outside now as well. And once again, a lot of this that sparked this was that death of that 11-year-old who died in that car crash. But even his own parents came out to speak out against the hate from Donald Trump, JD Vance, and the conservative media on what they did to the story of their child. Take a listen to this.
Politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, JD Vance, and Donald Trump, they have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis, and even untrue claims about fluffy pets being ravaged and eaten by community members. However, they are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed, to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies. To clear the air, my son, Aiden Clark, was not murdered. He was accidentally killed by an immigrant from Haiti. This tragedy is felt all over this community, the state, and even the nation. But don't spin this towards hate. In order to live like Aiden, you need to accept everyone. Choose to shine, make the difference, lead the way, and be the inspiration. What many people in this community and state and nation are doing is the opposite of what you should be doing. Sure, we have our problems here in Springfield and in the U.S., but does Aiden Clark have anything to do with that? Did you know that an 11-year-old boy could be passionate about gardening, that he could haggle for a better price at a yard sale? Did you know that he researched different cultures to better appreciate and understand people that he interacted with? Did you know that one of the worst feelings in the world is to not be able to protect your child? Even worse, we can't even protect his memory when he's gone. Please stop the hate. I said to Aiden that I would try to make a difference in his honor. This is it. Live like Aiden. Thank you.
Incredibly beautiful from the family that have suffered through so much, but still find it in their hearts to be loving, not only for their child, but for their community. You want to know how conservatives reacted to this? So sad that he's okay with other children dying at the hands of illegals. The dad is a mentally ill leftist. What kind of man says that he wished it was a white man that killed his son? Andy No decided to hop into this as well. It wasn't only Nathaniel Clark who suffered from the actions of a migrant driver with an invalid license. More than 20 other children were injured in the school bus. Yeah, so sad he would rather have a white guy killed. So basically the reason why he said, so he did say, I would rather have my son killed by a 60-year-old white man. So what he meant was that he doesn't want his son's murder to be used in this as a political pawn to hate other community members. And yes, if it was a white 60-year-old white guy who was behind the wheel that led to that car crash, that yeah, none of these people would care at all about this story whatsoever. The same way that they don't care at all about Aiden, but want to use him to commit hate crimes against Haitians. And I'm not even joking. If you're wondering to yourself, man, this sounds like all of this would totally lead to a spike in maybe even hate crimes against Haitians in Springfield. Well, unfortunately, you're right. Haitian families in Ohio are under attack as racist claims spread. And even though there are no pictures of any Haitians committing any crimes against cats or dogs or geese in Springfield, what they do have pictures of is are people who are masked, hooded up in the dark of night, recording, documenting, and breaking the windows and vandalizing Haitian homes and Haitian vehicles as they sleep. And there was one family put up a camera to catch it happening, and there was a man in the act doing it. Crazy how we have pictures of this, but not a picture of vans full of 100 cats. It's curious how we don't have anything along those lines, don't you think? Don't you think? Aside from anxiety caused by Tuesday night's debate, the woman also said her cars have been vandalized twice in the middle of the night. She woke up one morning to broken windows and another to acid thrown on her vehicle. She added cameras to her driveway and tried to report the incidents to the police with no avail. I'm going to have to move because this area is no longer safe for me. I can't leave my house and go to Walmart. I'm anxious and I'm scared. And that's exactly what Donald Trump, JD Vance, and all these conservatives want to happen. They want these black people to be scared, to be worried that they're going to be terrorized, killed, maimed, abused, lynched by this lynch mob that is now descended upon this community in order to kick them out for simply having a darker skin tone than them. And do you think this is going to go just with the Haitian community in general? Do you think this is just going to stay with just Haitians? No, this is going to spread everywhere. Not only have they completely demonized Hispanic people, but now with this thing about Haitian, they're just like bringing up random black people. All the pictures of people who have been used as being like the evidence that Haitians are doing something, they're just black. They're just random black people. They're not Haitian at all. And so now all black people are in danger because of Donald Trump's actions and the conservative zeitgeist now being so incredibly racist and rabid and needy to find any reason besides real reasons to have issues with immigrants, or even try to fix some of the issues besides hate-filled screeds, has led to actual harm in communities. And it's only a matter of time until one of these like racist white boys do like a school shooting or something, or commit some other heinous crime against the Haitian community. I can completely understand how this woman and other people don't even want to send their children to school anymore, because this is who conservatives are, and this is what they do. They make other people suffer for their own political gain. And that's just what they do. And so this is where we are at the moment, with schools out, with job sites and city councils being evacuated because of bomb threats, and with conservatives still trying to gin up more hate against these people who have done nothing but move to a city that was dying to help revitalize it and bring some opportunity to an opiate infested, crime-ridden, forgotten part of America that needed their help. And what they got in return was racist epithets, hate crimes, and somebody running for as the president who wants to deport all of them for the crime of existing. And that is the real story behind Trump's idea of Haitians eating dogs and cats and the pets of people that live there. The real threat is not to the pets of people who live there, but the community members who are just trying to live their life. Evil scum garbage. Actual scum garbage. Actual scum. But but I don't want you to think that it's all doom and gloom. So thank you for sending this. Yeah, it's not all doom and gloom. There was a Conquer with Love Springfield community show support for the Haitian neighbors. So the community is actually coming together. It is not the majority of Springfield that has all these problems. So don't think that for a moment. I don't want you to think that all these people are bad. I was hoping that the story from the parents would show a bit of that, but there are a whole bunch of people as well coming out to say that no, this is not happening. The majority of people in Springfield are happy with their neighbors, because they're not criminals and cat-eating fiends. They're people who you invite to your birthday party and work with, and who show you like a different culture and who treat you with respect. And that's the real story about what's happening in Springfield. All right. And scene slash marker Springfield. There we go. All right. A little bit of a longer segment, but I told you I had a lot to talk about. So sorry if it was too long, Chatterino, but had a lot of stuff to dig through. I told you I had a decent amount. I had been, the more I went through it, the more it was just wild. It was just wild. No, that was well done. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's people you invite to the cookout. Now let me give a little thanks to the other people, to the people who donated and who became a part of the frenzy while I was yapping. So Bitter Mug, thank you so much for the $2 donation. And this is the same feel as UFO abductees. Yeah, crazy, isn't it? It's absolutely sick. It's the same song and dance. It's just disgusting. Thanks for the tip. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Simric, for the $20 tip as well. Everything old is new again. Yeah, welcome to old 1940s lynch mob of racism back again with a new red hat slapped onto it, huh? I remember in the 80s, everyone said Asians ate cats and dogs. Yeah, curious. It's all coming back. Winby, thank you so much for the tier 1 love. Very parasocially, just so you know. Thanks for becoming a part of the frenzy. Chainsaw Chimera for the tier 3. Thanks for the re-up on the tier 3. I really appreciate you for that. Your favorite emote out for Chimera on the tier 3. And also like the stream if you thought that was a good segment. Yeah, it was a lot, I know, but I feel like I feel like it was worth going through. I wanted to touch on like all the crazy things, and it's still even going today. Now they said that they had a video, right? Of like finally proof that Haitians were eating cats, and what it really was people who had chicken on a grill. They were like grilling chicken, and they said it was cats instead. Yeah. Some of these people were posting like animal torture videos and saying that it was Haitians, but it was actually when the people actually have light skin who were doing it. It's just absolutely sick. It's sick and twisted stuff. I didn't really want to add that stuff because I didn't even want to like put it in your mind that was happening. Really, then it was just really disgusting. Sake Tanuki, thanks for the 5 gifted. Helping other people join the frenzy, being incredibly pog. Thanks so much, Sake Tanuki, Sake Pookie. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the love tonight. You're so kind. Doesn't Springfield also have an astonishing rate of jaundice? Everyone there has yellow skin. I haven't heard about that, but it wouldn't really surprise me. It is some buttfuck nowhere forgotten Ohio town. I mean, like, come on. Come on. I love your incredibly pog catchphrase. I think some people subscribe so they can be called pog. I think so. Oh, you know what? Because of it, I finally learned how to snap with my right hand. Actually, I'm not sure if anybody is also. Hi Rocker, I hope you're doing well. The whole thing is just generally very upsetting. It's upsetting. It's unsettling. Yeah, I completely understand it. I'm not sure if anybody else has like done this before, but okay, chat. Anybody in here feel me when I say that it's easier to snap with my non-dominant hand than my dominant hand? It's weird to snap with my right hand, and I'm right-handed, but it's easy to snap with my left hand. I don't know. It's weird. For a long while, I actually couldn't snap with my right hand at all, and it's still kind of weird. Like, right? It's still bad, but I can like pop off with the left, but I lost it. I lost it. Just like that. I lost it. I can't. Come on. It just kind of hurts now. I got a little one. I don't know. I'm telling you, it's really weird. That's weird. That's true for me. Okay, wait. Maybe I'm not insane and broken after all. Took me 20 years to learn how to snap. I'm not that bad, but I mean, like, I can snap. I mean, like, this shit ain't nothing to me, man. But, it is something to me when it comes to my right hand, though. My left is louder. Okay, so yeah, see? You can't just easily snap with your dominant hand. Does your snap sound different in each hand? Well, this one sounds like a bad. Oh, maybe. I mean, yeah. I mean, and I can just do it normally like this. Nah, you're weird, bro. You're banned. You're banned. You also called me a Vosh prototype earlier too in chat, so that makes me even more likely to ban you as well. I'm so tempted to not only snap your bones, but actually grind your bones into dust. I got it. Kill. Bang, bang. Yeah, I'm about to send you to a Trump rally if you keep this up. Your ass won't be coming back. I banish you to a Trump rally. You're bored before you get killed. Hate to see it. Hate to see it. You can unmute them. It's okay. They can be unmuted now. Their bones have been snapped enough. Oh, do you see that Elon is now spreading the conspiracy theory that he thinks that Kamala and Biden are trying to kill Donald Trump, and no one is even trying to assassinate Biden and Kamala? Why would you say that? Why would you? And also, no, honestly, no, they're not. Because, like, let's just, I don't, just pause the music really. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to be the one, I don't want to be the one to say this, but many other streamers just like they don't got the balls to say it, but Trump makes people want to kill him. Just look at that smug, slimy bitch and tell me that you don't think people definitely want to kill him. Like, you just people just want to kill him. I'm sorry. It just triggers something in people that makes them want him dead. Now, like, I hate to be the one, but it's true. It's true. People don't want to say it, but it's true. People love killing that. People love the idea of killing that guy. Okay. When that assassination attempt happened on him, I saw more people cheering than being upset. I hate to be the one to say it, but it's true. It's true. People want him dead. I hate this. He's a smug, slimy bitch, and he's just annoying. He's just annoying. I'm not saying I want to. I don't, okay? I don't. That's way too much work. But I'm telling you that other people definitely do. Obviously, it's already happened twice within 2 months. I mean, come on. Come on. Like, let's just be honest with ourselves here. Like, this isn't even debatable. Obviously, people want him dead. They keep trying. Why hasn't anybody tried to assassinate Biden and Kamala? Because they're not annoying and stupid like Donald Trump. And so they don't just be tricked. You're just like kind of like passively upset with Kamala and Biden. You like Trump actually like actively makes people mad at him. And so like, yeah, obviously he has like people who want that guy dead. I mean, just look at him. If there's anybody who I've ever imagined that people want dead, it's like, it has to be Donald Trump. Like, right? Like, chat, am I wrong here? He seems like the guy, he seemed like the type of guy that people totally hate. Guy has never posted a positive approval rating in his entire life. I mean, come on. The Republicans, when they have to shoot Donald Trump because they're bored. It's God, I'm so fucking bored. It's time to try to assassinate the president. Listen, and like, I hate to be the one to say it as well, but like, I'm not gonna sit here and like, I'm telling you, I'm not even gonna make a video on the second assassination attempt. Maybe I might not even. And the reason why is because I'm not gonna get involved in like the Republicans' like personal issues. Okay, this shit is like domestic abuse. Like, I'm not involved in it. It's dumbass on dumbass violence. It's conservative on conservative violence, and like, I'm not gonna be dragged into it. Like, this somehow has something to do with me. A conservative two conservatives take shots at their conservative president, and now people are asking questions to people left of center. Fuck off! Like, what? Hello? What? Get lost, dweeb. Like, are you serious? Hello? This shit's it's called a personal problem. It is a personal problem. I'm not involved in this. Weirdo. You know what's really funny? I wish I could have retweeted it, but I made this joke and it didn't get respected. So I usually delete tweets that don't do really well. I decided to stop doing it that much, but I like, sometimes I delete tweets that don't do really well. And I made this one tweet because everybody kept talking about, like, things just keep happening and they're waiting to see the polls for what happened, the polls, for after this next, like, crazy thing that happened. Right. And I said, and I made the tweet, coward, I'm really mad at myself for deleting it now. I'm actually really, really mad at deleting this. Some people who keep up with my Twitter, some of you may have seen it, okay? But the tweet went, I can't wait to see the post Biden debate, post dropout, post assassination attempt, post RNC, pre DNC, post a debate, post debate, like back out from Trump, second Trump assassination attempt, post DNC polls to come out, because then we'll really know what happens in the race. Actually, I wrote second Trump assassination attempt in there, like as a joke, and then it happened, and I really wanted to screen cap that and then post it like I'm like fucking Nostradamus, okay? Like I knew. Oh yeah, I saw that and muted you. You have the same name on Twitter? I can mute you permanently. It's called a block. I got you. Honestly, don't even hit the unmute button. I got you. Don't sweat it. Don't even sweat it. Wait a second. I'm curious. Let me see. Oh. Oh, you do. You do have the same name on Twitter, huh? Retweeting Yashar Ali? Oh, curious. Huh, 198 followers, huh? Joined July 15th. This is you? This is you? This is your account? Very curious stuff going on here. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Albuquerque, New Mexico. That's where you live. 0502 Nega Aurora Lane. I pulled up your house on Google Images. I'm looking at your roof. It's the one with the pizza on it, isn't it? The masses have voted for death. Kill. Time to snap that cat's bones. Hey, chat. Cat's back on the menu. Kill. Cat is back on the menu. Oh, it's commencing. You can't say that. But I just did. Oh, but I just did. Chat, I think I'm going to have to end stream here. But as a little end stream memerino, would you like to check out the new polls that dropped? Post Kamala debate, post Kamala clobberin polls that just dropped recently. You want to see? Why not? Yeah, let me show you how crazy this goes. Let me show you how crazy this is, huh? So let me see. I'll pull this up for you. Wipe them out. Wipe them out. Wipe them out. Wait, let me see. Yeah, here we go. It's amazing. Donald Trump grows his lead. Now has a 3-point lead on Kamala Harris. 538 A+ rated poster shows Donald Trump since July has gained almost 1 point on Kamala Harris and is now leading 3 points. One of the most accurate posters in 2020 now says that Donald Trump is now leading 3 points in the race. All right. Well, hopefully you all had a good stream. I'm joking. I'm not joking about the poll. That is true that a A+ rated poster, one of the most accurate posters in 2020, now has Donald Trump leading 3 points over Kamala Harris at 51% of of the vote, but that poll was cooked. That poll was cooked as hell. So we're just gonna move past it. Oh, and also in the full ballot, Donald Trump expands his lead to +4. It genuinely hilarious. Genuinely hilarious poll to come out of Atlas Intel. Let me show you the rest of the polls that aren't like cooked and very stupid. I wanted to give you depression really quick before I pulled you back into the light. Are you ready to now see the light really quick? Take a look at this. The recent polls that dropped for Kamala Harris. So here was the debate, and here's where all the polls that dropped. This is the Atlas Intel poll all the way down here, which is actually the second best poll, like on par with the best poll that Donald Trump has ever gotten against Kamala Harris, randomly, like absolutely randomly. But here's where every other pollster is. Around 4 to 5 points, around 4 to 6 points actually for Kamala Harris. I want to take a look here. So as you can see, Ipsos, TIP, YouGov, Data for Progress, Reuters, some more YouGov polls as well. Almost all of them shows that Kamala Harris now has about a 5-point lead on Donald Trump. And not only that, I tell you guys that it's very important to not only worry about the margin, because this shows you the margin, but what's more important than the margin is actually the vote share, and the vote share has gone up. This is what's really important, and this is why I think that Kamala Harris really did well in that debate. Because now if you take a look at this, 52, 47, 49, 50, 50, even here like 48, right? 47, 49, right? She is either eclipsing or hitting 50%, which means that she is in a fantastic position to win the election. And many people are saying that we could be looking at a Democrat like +3 to +4 environment, like between like +3.5 environment is what many people are saying. Many people are saying. And so I think it's very, very possible that Kamala Harris could win this election if this keeps up. I'm not sure if it will keep up, but if this keeps up and people just realize that, wait, I hate Donald Trump. Because what a lot of people are holding out for is to figure out whether or not they can find themselves and see themselves voting for Kamala Harris. And because there was a lot of undecided still sitting around, and it seems like the debate, which is probably going to be the only debate since Trump has backed out of all the rest of them, has proved to people that Kamala Harris is the candidate that they want to vote for. Far Eastern Myth, thank you so much for the tier 4. Haven't caught a stream since you got back. It's good to see you, and it's great to have you. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for the tier 4. Everybody, shout out to Far Eastern Myth. Thank you so much for remaining a part of the frenzy and being so very wildly, fantastically, amazingly, incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thanks for the tier 4. Favorite emotes out for Far Eastern Myth for the tier 4. Sheesh. But yeah, basically was what I'm saying. Basically for what I'm saying is that Kamala Harris is doing really well. And after this debate, she has proven that she has what it takes to win. Having polls hover around like this, and even if it goes up or even stays the same, this is a great place for her to be. It's a fantastic place for her to be because I don't think there's going to be some big polling miss this year. The reason why is because Donald Trump is polling where he normally gets. He's polling where he should be, right? And back in 2020, Donald Trump was polling at like 41, 43%, but he always jumps up to 46%. Always jumps up to about 46%. Besides some states where he's obviously is going to be doing worse, like Virginia and and New Hampshire and Minnesota, those states he's obviously going to be doing worse. But and like these sort of swing states that we think of, he's always going to be at or above 46%, just about. And so the fact that he was polling way below that, it always told me that he's going to jump up there. But if the Democrat is polling above 50 and very close to 40, has such a hard path to be able to make it above that and to be able to win that state. And so right now we're seeing that Donald Trump is not in a good position whatsoever to be able to win. And the popular vote that we're looking at right now looks about at like 5. It looks like it's probably going to be hovering around like 3 to 4, what we expect. I don't think she's going to win by 5. Now, if she did, North Carolina, but I highly doubt that she will. Personally, I'm thinking it's going to be like a 3.5, move to like a rightward shift from 2020, but not like a 2016. She's better than Hillary. We all know that. Florida, no. You can count out Florida for like a couple election cycles, at least until 2032. Pretend Florida doesn't exist until 2032. That's my opinion. Okay. I don't think we're gonna see Florida do much until 2032 for us. I think it has to rot. I think it has to be cursed with scarlet rot for a little while before it decides to treat itself and become, you know, more democratic again. Blizzery is such a funny fucking word, considering that a lot of people forget Obama almost won Missouri. What was he, like 0.1 percentage points away from winning Missouri? He actually almost won Blizzery. We almost saw Blizzery. We really did. Obama in 2008. In 2012, he absolutely did not. But yeah, things are going pretty well. Obviously, these are close. I want to see better polls. I want to see a lot of polls coming out of the Rust Belt. These are really important for me. Because once again, all she needs is the Rust Belt locked down and she wins. So we'll just see where that goes. But yeah, so there we go. There's your little polling update on the polar coaster. Kamala Harris is doing quite well. She is hovering at 48%, but it's very possible that she can now that she can find herself on the rise again. And if she's at 50% by the time the election rolls around, like the average polling is hers at 50%, I'm going to tell you that I really think that there's about an 90% chance that she'll win. Really. I really believe so. It's very unlikely for her to lose with her polling that high. But we're just going to have to see, right? Who knows what'll happen? I don't know. Maybe there's going to be a third Donald Trump assassination at Trump. Who knows? You know, third time's the charm. No, I hate guns when they go pew pew and bang. Very sad. Thank you everybody for watching. I appreciate you. It's been a really fun stream. I need to get to bed because my throat hurt and I want to eat some food. But it's been a great stream. Thank you all for watching. A little 4-hour cute little amazing little stream. Thank you so much for being you all are so kind and so generous today. I really appreciate you for that. I'm really happy to be back and making content again for you all. I've really been feeling like we're in a sort of like a shark renaissance. Honestly, I've been feeling good. I've been feeling good about the segments we've been making and the stuff that we've been doing on stream. Honestly, for a while I was I wouldn't say like burnt out. I'm not sure if I'd say burnt out, but I was like, I kind of lost. I didn't know what to talk about anymore. I didn't know what to like go over. I was just kind of, lost a little bit, right? But not anymore. Not anymore. We're popping off. We're popping off. Feel good. 'Twas fun. Stuck in the monotony. Yeah, there was a little bit of monotony to it. I can't lie. But you know what shook it up? The most eventful election cycle ever. The most eventful election cycle to ever exist. Right? 2 geriatric candidates. Like 2 wars. 2 geriatric candidates with 2 wars going on, a debate so bad that one candidate had to drop into the race, his VP coming in, her being black and Indian and a woman at the same time and being super short, a short queen on top of it, and then on top of that and then a Donald Trump and then an assassination attempt, okay, and then another assassination attempt on top of it. it's just, what is RFK Jr. hops in and then leaves and then eats a dog and then comes back, right? Donald Trump saying like I have like the Donald Trump saying that I have the concepts of a plan is just what is happening? What is happening? What is happening? And people say politics is boring. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate you. It's been a really fun night, but I gotta get out of here. I think we'll be back again tomorrow. Chato, what do you think about some gaming? Huh? You want to get back to some gaming? You want to play some Bayonetta? I think that'd be kind of fun. A little earlier stream Bayonetta. Getting back to Bayo 2. I think that'd be kind of cool. Maybe sometime this week getting back into Tears of the Kingdom, because we still need to finish that game too. I think that'd be kind of fun. But I guess we'll just figure out what happens, because I don't have too much to talk about. Ooh, Femboy is trending on Twitter. I know what I'm doing tonight. Take care, everybody. Thank you for watching. I appreciate all of you, and I hope to have you back for another meme stream. Have a good night.